Section 69 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The 9 Days Queen, Part 2, by S.M. The interest which Catherine Parr took in the young Jane Grey must be considered in connection with the darling project of that queen, who desired to perpetuate her influence over the future monarch of England by providing him with a wife in the person of his cousin. If Jane possessed a tithe of the qualities and fascinations with which posterity has endowed her, she ought to have won the heart of the princely boy. But, poor girl, scarcely one of those who knew her loved her, and yet her still more unfortunate contemporaries, Mary Tudor and Mary Stuart, had qualities to evoke in those about them the most passionate attachment. When Catherine Parr was in serious danger of being added to the list of Henry's conjugal victims, 1546, we find Jane in attendance on her person. Jane must have learned on this perilous occasion how deeply the Queen was attached to the Reformed doctrines, when that frightened mother of the Reformation saved her head by disclaiming all theological knowledge but that of which the royal wife-killer was the exponent. When Catherine visited her terrible master on the evening of the day which had almost proved fatal to her, Lady Jane Grey is mentioned as carrying the lights before her mistress, a ceremony during which etiquette required that the candle-bearer should walk backwards, facing the Queen. Catherine and her ladies had been borrowing books of an unfortunate lady who had recently left her husband to preach some new gospel. When Anne Askew was condemned to death, the Queen and her party were terror-stricken, lest the poor fanatic might mention them as her disciples. But with a nobility of soul which deserved a better fate, Anne guarded their secret even on the rack. Henry was terribly incensed against this young woman, who did not protest exactly in his way, for having brought prohibited books into his palace and imbued his queen, and his nieces, whom he unceremoniously calls Suffolk's daughters, with her doctrine. This passage would seem to show that Jane's mother and aunt, Lady Frances and Lady Eleanor Brandon, the Marchioness of Dorset and the Countess of Cumberland, were at court at this time, and that both were disciples of the hapless lady who became the scapegoat for the royal party. Anne Askew was burned alive. There is no evidence that her royal friend interceded for her, or indeed for any other martyr. In the very midst of her somber honeymoon, a period at which she must have had some influence, 3 sacramentarians were roasted alive at Smithfield. Indeed, the worst of Henry's bad acts were perpetrated during the queenship of Catherine Parr. Meanwhile, it is probable that Jane oscillated between the court and the residence of her parents. With all the changes and distractions of a court life, and frequent traveling hither and thither, Jane's opportunities of acquiring learning were not by any means propitious. The awful death of her redoubtable great-uncle, Henry VIII, in January 1547, wrought a great change in her position and prospects. Whether Jane was at court or with her parents at this period, we have no means of ascertaining. It is certain that Catherine Parr was not present when Henry's appalling death scene was enacted, and it is just possible that Jane attended her in her retirement, in which case that youthful lady must have been edified to see that the royal widow engaged herself to contract her 4th marriage, and probably contracted it while the colossal remains of the first Anglican pope were still above ground. The will of Henry VIII, the provisions of which were said to be known only to his council and his queen, placed Jane immediately after his daughters Mary and Elizabeth in the royal succession, entirely passing over the posterity of his weak and vicious eldest sister, Margaret Tudor. Hence there was a distant prospect that Jane might be a queen regnant, if not a queen consort. The death of Henry VIII was very evil. He continued his tyrannies to the very last. Harpsfield and Saunders mention that the dying monarch evinced an ardent desire to be reconciled with the Church, which he had so barbarously persecuted. But Henry had slaughtered or driven far from him every ecclesiastic who would have dared to tell him the truth. The murderer of More and Fisher and Forrest and Abel, the wretch who had made the blood of God's saints flow like water, deserved to hear the truth no more. His gigantic corpse remained above ground from January 28th till late in February. On its way to Windsor, it was laid for the night among the broken walls of Lynn, the prison of the young queen whom he had murdered exactly 5 years before. And then were the awful words of Friar Pato verified, who had compared him to Ahab and told him to his face from Greenwich pulpit that the dogs would in like manner lick his blood. Blood oozed from the body and saturated the pavement of the dismantled church, and when the plumbers came to solder the royal coffin, they found a dog beneath it which lapped up the blood of the relentless tyrant. Save the mother that bore him, and the wife who glorified his early days of kingship, no woman ever loved Henry VIII, except his daughter Mary. The boy king severely censured her for the filial grief with which she bitterly bewailed his woeful end. The crown consoling him for the loss of such a father, he commanded his subjects to dry their tears, a command which they could not obey for a very obvious reason. In his capacity of head of the church, the Pope of 9 Summers informed the public in general that a prince who led so holy a life and governed his people with such justice as Henry VIII was sure of going straight to heaven, and was in fact now enjoying eternal happiness. The troublesome and tedious ceremonies of canonization were entirely dispensed with. Henry left 2 widows, his Lutheran queen, Anne of Cleves, who was living in retirement at Richmond and ultimately became a fervent Catholic, and his Protestant queen, who had already provided herself with a mate, no other than Thomas Seymour, the vilest profligate of a most licentious court. Strype informs us that she rather courted him than he her, and in one of her letters she tells him that she would have married him after the death of his second spouse had not the king stepped between them. It will be remembered that it was during her second widowhood of 2 or 3 months at most that she adopted the views of the Reformers, and it can scarcely be doubted that Seymour's handsome face and dashing figure were the agreeable medium through which this change was wrought in the religious sentiments of this gay widow, who was anything but a widow indeed. Lady Jane Grey seems to have been with her parents during the courtship and clandestine marriage of her late mistress, for we find that as soon as the marriage was made public, namely about 3 months after the burial of the late king, Sir Thomas Seymour offered to purchase the wardship of Jane from her parents, he and his wife being determined to marry her if possible to the young king, and thus perpetuate their influence over their sovereign. The parents of Jane readily acceded to this proposal. The guardianship of their daughter was transferred, for a consideration, from them to Seymour, and Jane was again domesticated with Catherine Parr. Seymour had a double object in wedding the frolicsome widow of his late master. 1. The acquisition of the wealth which this prudent lady had accumulated while queen, and of the dowers which she enjoyed as widow of 2 wealthy lords and a king. 2. To gain more easy access to Catherine's stepson, the new king, and win him over to his purposes. The chief of these purposes was to thwart his brother the Protector, who had just helped himself to the royal title of Duke of Somerset, and who was eager to marry his daughter Lady Jane Seymour to the young king. The bold move of the bridegroom in obtaining possession of the person of Lady Jane Grey, and purchasing the right to marry her to whom he would, checkmated Edward Seymour most provokingly, and fanned the flame of enmity already kindled between the ambitious brothers. One circumstance rendered Catherine Parr's residence most unsuitable for the virtuous bringing up of a young woman. The Princess Elizabeth was domesticated with her stepmother from the time of her father's death. Here, indeed, the child was the mother of the woman. How could Jane Grey escape contagion in such companionship? Elizabeth Tudor, in her 15th year, was what she had not ceased to be in her 70th year, a bold, bad woman. So far as can be ascertained, Seymour was the first, and certainly not the least infamous, of Elizabeth's lovers. The fact that he was brother to one of her father's wives, and husband of another, that he was the brother to the woman for whose sake her mother had been sent to the block, did not in the least deter Elizabeth. The fact that Elizabeth was an orphan, a daughter of his late king, and sent to his wife for protection, did not deter Seymour. Mary endeavored to draw her sister from the ill-regulated household of Catherine Parr, by offering her a home with herself, on the ostensible plea that the Queen Dowager had outraged their father's memory by her hasty, indecorous marriage. But there is little doubt that the daughter of Catherine of Aragon knew exactly how matters stood, and endeavored to save the reputation of the daughter of Anne Boleyn by withdrawing her from temptation. But Elizabeth preferred the freedom of her present home. These disgraceful amours utterly ruined the character of Elizabeth, and rendered miserable the life of Seymour's wife, who was finally compelled to send the princess from her house a few months before her death, which occurred in September 1548. Elizabeth is the only unmarried princess of England whose conduct was investigated by the Royal Council, and who was compelled to write a confession of her misdeeds while yet a mere girl. It would seem that intercourse between the vicious pair was not quite broken up by separation. It is probable, says Miss Strickland, that the alarming change in Catherine, after the birth of her only child, was caused by the whispers of her lying-in chamber relating to her husband's passion for her stepdaughter and his intention of aspiring to the hand of the princess, in case of her own decease. Nobody seems to have dreamt of removing the youthful Jane Grey from the contamination of such surroundings. Her parents thought more of the money the sale of her wardship brought them than of the morality of their child, then at the tender age of 12. Surely Seymour's house was a model house. It was filled with English and foreign reformers who held divine service therein 2 or 3 times a day. Seymour, says Latimer, gets him out of the way when the daily prayer begins, like a mole digging in the earth. Verily, he was not so much of a hypocrite as those who attended the daily prayer and led such vicious lives. Poor Catherine was happier even in the lifetime of Henry VIII. She was not then tormented by jealousy, and she could resort to her literary labors, such as they were. She spent her own leisure hours in compiling into the form of prayer the inspirations of a diseased brain. Never had an ill-used wife greater need of prayer. Lady Jane Grey remained in her household to the end. Having given birth to a daughter, the Queen died delirious 8 days later. The Lady Jane officiated as chief mourner at her funeral. Sir Thomas brought her to Hanworth after his wife's funeral, and such was the favorable impression she made on the heartless widower that he deliberated which he would select for his next wife, the Princess Elizabeth or the Lady Jane Grey. It would be strange indeed if the youthful Jane acquired either virtue or learning in so poor a school as the ill-regulated household of Catherine Parr. Neither could daily intercourse with Seymour, Elizabeth, and the immoral apostates on whom Seymour's wife lavished her friendship have been at all beneficial to so young a lady. If Jane were truthful and conscientious, she could have had but little real respect for her much-married patroness, whose duplicity she knew to be perfect. She was aware, too, that it was not the virtuous indignation of the Christian matron, but the jealousy of the neglected wife, that the scandalous behavior of her wicked husband and her shameless stepchild awoke in the breast of this unfortunate lady. Seymour desired at first to send Jane home to her parents, but he speedily changed his mind and wrote a second letter to her father, in which he evinces the greatest anxiety to keep her. Elizabeth was now perfectly willing to marry this bold, bad man if the consent of the council could be obtained. To act without this would invalidate her title to the crown. That Jane did not very strongly reprobate the heartless conduct of this worthy pair to her late patroness may be inferred from the fact that she continued on excellent terms with both. The answer of Jane's father to Seymour is a remarkable production. It bears, says Miss Strickland, no token of the imbecility of mind under which his partisans have been driven to shield the reproach of his vices. But it not unfrequently happens that persons who are imbecile as to honor, uprightness, truth, and virtue are wonderfully quick-sighted and clear-headed when there is question of making money. After many thanks and flatteries, Dorset goes on. Considering the state of my daughter and her tender years, wherein she shall hardly rule herself without a guide, lest she should, for want of a bridle, take too much head, and conceive such an opinion of herself that all such good behavior as she heretofore hath learned by the Queen's and your most wholesome instructions should either altogether be quenched in her, or at least much diminished, I shall in most hearty wise require your lordship to commit her to the guidance of her mother, by whom for the fear and duty she oweth her, she shall be more easily framed and ruled towards virtue, which I wish above all things to be plentiful in her. Here follow allusions to the necessity of putting Jane under the eye and oversight of her mother, and the addressing of her mind to humility, soberness, and obedience, which would seem to show that she was not exempt from the faults and foibles of other girls. Jane was now in her 13th year. If she had borne anything of the repute of a saint, her father would not have written in this strain. His object was not, however, to get his daughter home and place her under his wife's tutelage, but to drive a better pecuniary bargain. His wife, actuated by the same base motives, joined in her husband's request, and Jane was returned to her parents. But it was no part of their policy to keep her. Their letters to Seymour bear the date of September 19th, and we find them in London 4 days later, negotiating for the sale of their child. They received £500, the first installment of her whole purchase money, £2,000, an enormous sum for the time. By the following letter, still extant, Jane acknowledges the Lord Admiral Seymour as her guardian. To the right honourable and my singular good lord, the Lord Admiral, give these. My duty to your lordship in most humble wise remembered, with no less thanks for the gentle letters which I received from you, thinking myself so much bound to your lordship for your great goodness towards me from time to time, that I cannot by any means be able to recompense the least part thereof, I proposed to write a few rude lines unto your lordship, rather as a token to show how much worthier I think your lordship's goodness, than to give worthy thanks for the same. And these my letters shall be to testify unto you that, like as you have become towards me a loving and kind father, so I shall be always most ready to obey your godly monitions and good instructions, as becometh one upon whom you have heaped so many benefits. And thus, fearing I should trouble your lordship too much, I most humbly take my leave of your good lordship. Your humble servant during my life, Jane Grey. Endorsed, my Lady Jane, the 1st of October, 1548. It would have puzzled Jane Grey to explain in what consisted the goodness of Lord Seymour which she lauds so highly, and the Adonis of the court, bestowing godly monitions and good instructions on his young ward, places that gentleman in rather a new light. The letter was evidently written at the dictation of her parents, who were not oblivious of the fact that Seymour, by the terms of their late contract, still owed them £1,500 for the wardship of their daughter. Lord Seymour came at once to Bradgate for the Lady Jane. He would take no receipt for her purchase money, saying merrily, "The Lady Jane herself is in pledge for it." And, says Miss Strickland, for the vile consideration of a few £100, the parents of Lady Jane Grey saw their sweet child carried away from them by one of the greatest profligates of a profligate court, and having declared, under their autographs, which exist to this day, that he had no one in his establishment by whom her education was likely to be properly finished. Jane continued with Seymour, residing now at one, now at another of his magnificent seats. In the winter, he brought her to his town residence, Seymour Place, where she came under the influence of the notorious Bucer, from whom she imbibed the Calvinistic views she seems to have retained through life. The fact that Jane was allowed to have any intercourse with this wretched creature would indicate that Seymour was not very choice as to the persons whom he allowed to approach her. But that such a man was her religious monitor is preposterous. 4 times had he stood up at the altar of Hymen, and as he had an extensive domestic establishment to maintain, he tried to live on princes and princely families. He may be considered a patron saint of Mormonism, as his name is signed, with the names of Luther and Melanchthon, to the church dispensation whereby the licentious Philip of Hesse was permitted to confer the name and style of wife on 2 women at the same time. It was the public boast of this clerical miscreant that he had taken oaths and vows to the Most High and violated them. It was reported about this time that the Lord Admiral meant to marry his ward. When Thomas Parry was conferring with Lord Seymour regarding his marriage with the Princess Elizabeth, he proposed going to see her. Parry had no commission to say her grace would welcome him. "It is no matter now," said the widower, "for there has been talk of late. Forsooth, they say now I shall marry the Lady Jane." There was no hope now of marrying her to the young king, but the Protector was as little satisfied that she should marry his brother. He applied to the Marquis and Marchioness of Dorset, demanding that their promise of espousing Jane to his eldest son should be ratified. But this worthy pair had not as yet received the whole of her purchase money. Speaking of his ward to Parr, Marquis of Northampton, Seymour said, "There will be much ado soon for my Lady Jane, Dorset's daughter, for the Lord Protector and his Duchess mean to do all they can to obtain her for their heir, young Hertford. However, they will not succeed, for her father has given her up wholly to me upon certain covenants between us. Death frustrated all the ambitious projects which had been so long ripening in the plotting brain of Thomas Seymour. Arrested on 30 charges, he claimed to be confronted with his accusers. But this act of justice was denied him, and the bill for his attainder passed both houses almost without opposition. The warrant for the illegal execution of this unfortunate man was signed by his brother Edward Seymour, the Lord Protector, by his sister's son, King Edward VI, and by his friend and spiritual adviser Cranmer. Latimer, who was a party to all the intrigues of Seymour, described his execution as an act of justice, averring that he had led a sensual, dissolute, irreligious life, and that God had clean forsaken him. He was a covetous man, a horrible, covetous man. He was an ambitious man. I wish there were no more in England. He was a seditious man. I would he had left no more behind him. He died irksomely, dangerously, horribly. One scarcely knows which to reprobate most, the unnatural brother, the cruel nephew, or the false friend to whom a wicked and perhaps not unrepentant sinner appealed for consolation and assistance in his last awful need, and who should, as a friend and still more as a minister of religion, have dropped the veil of charitable silence over the mangled remains of the murdered reprobate who had sought his ministrations. Sir Thomas Seymour survived the consort whose death seemed to open so wide a field to his ambition about 6 months. He was beheaded on Tower Hill, March 20th, 1549. Among the charges brought against him were his precipitate marriage with Catherine Parr, his presumptuous courtship of the Lady Elizabeth, and his design to marry the king to Lady Jane Grey. Jane's father Dorset and Catherine Parr's brother were the chief witnesses examined against him on the last named point. Jane was with him at Seymour Place up to the moment of his arrest. Jane was once more returned to her parents, who were by no means disposed to give her a hearty welcome, being extremely dissatisfied at the failure of their ambitious schemes. She was now in her 14th year. The king continued quite insensible to whatever charms of mind and body she possessed, and there is no evidence that her former fiancé, the son of the Protector, renewed his suit. Her father had already offended that powerful magnate by refusing to have her contract with Hertford ratified, and had recently to undergo several severe examinations before the king's council as to his motives in selling the wardship of his eldest daughter to the king's uncle. Whatever learning or accomplishments Jane acquired were probably stored up at this period. I do not see how she could have devoted any regular time to study while at court with Queen Catherine, or while traveling with that lady and her 4th husband from one magnificent estate to another, from Chelsea to Hanworth, from Sudeley Castle to Seymour Place, in the slow and ceremonious mode in which great people moved about in those days. One John Elmer had been appointed by her father as domestic tutor to his children. This Elmer is described by Bacon as a young man singularly well learned both in the Latin and Greek tongue. Elmer was an immoral man and a hypocrite. His friend Roger Ascham bore a similar reputation. No conscientious father or guardian would have allowed such men in their families, still less entrust young girls to their care. Poor Jane was singularly unfortunate in her friends, and in those under whose tutelage she fell. Elmer was subsequently made a bishop by Elizabeth. He was the friend and companion of Fox, and the corrector of the work of that famous and infamous martyrologist, upon which account, says a panegyrist of Jane, we may read with greater confidence Fox's minute and interesting account of her. Ascham is our sole authority for the following anecdote, which, if true, is less creditable to Jane's filial affection than to her classical tastes. One day, having called at Bradgate, he found that all the family had gone out to amuse themselves in the park, except the Lady Jane, who was reading Plato in the original tongue. When Ascham asked her why she forbore to join in the merry pastimes of her family, she replied that all their sport was but a shadow of the pleasure she found in studying Plato. And growing more confidential, she replied in answer to a second question, "Good Master Roger, I will tell you a truth which perchance you will marvel at. One of the greatest benefits that God ever gave me is that he sent me so sharp and severe parents and so gentle a schoolmaster. For when I am in presence either of father or mother, whether I speak, keep silence, sit, stand, or go, eat, drink, be merry, or sad, be sewing, playing, dancing, or doing anything else, I must do it, as it were, in such weight, measure, and number, even so perfectly as God made the world, or else I am so sharply taunted, so cruelly threatened, yea, presently sometimes with pinches, nips, and bobs, and other ways which I will not name for the honor I bear them, so without measure misordered, that I think myself in hell till the time comes when I must go to Maester Elmer, who teacheth me so gently, and with such fair allurements to learning, that I think all the time nothing while I am with him. And when I am called from him, I fall on weeping, because whatsoever else I do but learning is full of great trouble, fear, and whole misliking unto me. And thus my book hath been so much my pleasure, and bringeth daily to me more pleasure and more, that, in respect of it, all other pleasures, in very deed, be but trifles and troubles unto me. Jane and Maester Roger must have been alone when this conference took place. She would not have dared to speak in so disrespectful a manner of her parents had she been attended as her rank required. One can hardly believe that a girl of 14 would be allowed to confer alone with a man of Ascham's character or position. The young lady could use very strong language, too, although there is no evidence that swearing was among the accomplishments of her girlhood, as was the case with her sometime companion, the Lady Elizabeth. It is well known that the Reformation was forced on England by foreign soldiers and foreign theologians. The latter class found a liberal patron in Jane's father. His house was their home. No matter how despicable these exiles were, morally and spiritually, the Marquis of Dorset allowed them to mingle freely with his wife and daughter. The material aid he bestowed on them they repaid by the most fulsome flattery of himself and his family. In the letters of these men we trace some particulars of Jane. She added music to her more abstruse studies, and is blamed by them for devoting too much time to it. Her passion for dress seems to have given them much anxiety. Fond as Elmer is said to have been of his pupil, and cordially as she is supposed to have reciprocated his affection, he was afraid to correct her on either point, which argues badly for the sweetness of her temper. He writes to Bullinger, desiring him to admonish his pupil as to what embellishment and adornment are becoming in a young woman professing godliness. Moreover, he adds, I wish you would prescribe to her the length of time she may properly devote to music, for in this respect the people of England err beyond measure, while all their exertions are made for the sake of ostentation. This Zurich letter was not intended for the eyes of the Dorset family, and it cannot be considered at all complimentary to Jane. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The 9 Days Queen, Part 3, by S.M. The wonderful letters ascribed to this demi-royal lady I pass over, because, if they be genuine, of which there is considerable doubt, it would be impossible to separate the productions of the pupil from the corrections of the master. Sir Harris Nicholas, who has investigated the matter most thoroughly, assures us that there is no ground whatever for most of the marvellous stories which have been narrated of Lady Jane. He doubts, and with reason, her extensive knowledge of Greek. A young lady who devoted so much time to dress and to the study of music for ostentation could not spare much leisure for the classics. The deaths of Jane's 2 uncles on the same day of the plague raised her father and mother to the rank of Duke and Duchess of Suffolk. A severe illness of the new Duchess called Lady Jane to her sick chamber at Richmond, but though apparently sick unto death, she recovered. One longs to know whether Jane roamed through the spacious apartments of this newly acquired monastic property. If so, she must have met a sight appalling to any one who possessed the slightest nobility of soul. When her father became owner of this supposed monastery, he found probably in one of the side chapels the embalmed and unburied body of poor James IV. of Scotland, killed at Flodden Field. Instead of giving decent burial to the remains of this brave and unfortunate monarch, who was moreover his wife's uncle by marriage, the newly made duke permitted the body to be thrown into an old lumber room among timber, lead, and other rubbish, in which state Stowe saw it, as he informs us in the Survey of London. Jane was old enough to feel rightly about the indignity put upon the fallen warrior. If she expressed her feelings, it would probably have availed nothing, for her parents were thoroughly base and unprincipled. From Jane's childhood she had much intercourse with her royal cousin, the Princess Mary. Mary was exceedingly kind to the younger branches of the royal family. In her accounts are several entries of presents to my cousin Jane, who paid many visits to her formidable kinswoman during the latter years of her life. Sometimes when the whole family of the Greys, consisting of father, mother, and 3 daughters, visited the princess, the Lady Jane remained with her after the departure of the rest. At the Christmas of 1551, festivities were kept up in Jane's family for nearly a month, during which the Greys hired players for the entertainment of their guests. Jane made all these progresses on horseback, and they must have left her scant leisure for Plato. In the spring of 1552 she suffered from severe illness. On her recovery she began anew her correspondence with the Swiss reformers, and sent a present of gloves and a ring to the lady who was styled by courtesy Madame Bullinger. In the summer of 1552 Jane visited her royal kinsman Edward VI, but though he received her kindly, he was as blind to her charms as ever. Later on she paid a visit to her cousin, the Princess Mary, who presented her with a rich dress. "What shall I do with it?" asked Jane of the lady who brought it. "Mary," replied the messenger, "wear it to be sure." "Nay," returned the little hypocrite, "that would be a shame to follow the Lady Mary, who leaveth God's word, and leave my Lady Elizabeth, who followeth God's word." Jane knew perfectly well what the Lady Elizabeth was, and the Princess Mary was perhaps the only woman of principle and uprightness with whom she was acquainted. But Mary was suffering grievous persecution for her faith at this period, and Jane, mean little creature that she was, found it perfectly safe to strike one who was already under a cloud. Another incident gives one a still worse impression of the character of Jane. While she was on a visit to the Princess Mary, Lady Wooten, a Catholic, in passing before the chapel door, paused to make a genuflection before the Blessed Sacrament. Lady Jane, who knew very well why her Catholic companion bowed, asked if the princess were in the chapel, and on receiving a negative reply, said, "Why then do you curtsy?" "I curtsy to him that made me," was the natural reply of Lady Wharton. "Nay," retorted Lady Jane, "but did not the baker make him?" One of Jane's panegyrists, she has had no biographers, calls this a lively sally. The wit of this sally is within the compass of the intellect of an ordinary child of 6. The blasphemy is revolting, and argues an irreligious mind. The impoliteness of insulting Mary's religion in her own house is a poor proof of Jane's extreme amiability. If Jane, in her numerous visits to her connections, could deport herself in no better style than this, it is no longer surprising that in her hour of need she found herself friendless. She must have had a peculiar talent for making enemies. These anecdotes are recorded to Jane's credit, but to appreciate rightly the audacity of that young woman, insulting in a most uncalled for manner a royal kinswoman, double her age and her hostess, we must not view the hapless Mary Tudor by the lurid glare of the Smithfield fires. At this period Mary was known only for her virtues. Amid the most extraordinary and heart-rending trials and temptations that ever beset a royal maiden, she had led a life of unswerving integrity, almost every day of which was marked by acts of kindness and beneficence. It is said that Mary, having heard these precious anecdotes, never after loved her cousin Jane as before. Very likely. How could she love or respect a young woman who repaid her princely hospitality with gratuitous insults to the faith for which she had suffered, and was still suffering, bitter persecutions, and for which she would have deemed it an honour to shed her blood? The miserable reign of Edward VI was now drawing to a close. Edward Seymour had followed his brother to the block, the first and last victim of an iniquitous law which he himself had made. Jane's father joined the dominant party, now headed by the clever, crafty, and unscrupulous Dudley, who, like his predecessor, helped himself to a dukedom, and is historically known as Northumberland. Jane's family removed to the neighbourhood of the court. They lived partly at Sheen and partly at Gray's Inn, the former being contiguous to Lion House, the favourite country residence of the new Duke. As the Seymours were in disgrace since the violent death of the Protector, it is not probable that young Hertford renewed his proposals for the hand of Jane. Neither would her parents have bestowed her on the impoverished heir of a fallen house. She was now in her 18th year. It became expedient to dispose of her in marriage, and her parents' choice fell on Guilford Dudley, a youth of 19 or 20, the only unmarried son of Northumberland. It is said that Jane positively refused to become the bride of this ill-mannered boy, and consented only when her father and mother beat her into a reluctant compliance. From the few particulars we have of her life, we cannot close our eyes to the fact that she possessed no firmness of character, and could be beaten or scolded into anything. She was not even free to marry young Dudley, being legally contracted to another, and if she had possessed a tithe of the virtue attributed to her, she would have suffered death rather than break her faith to the man to whom she had plighted it, and who actually was her husband according to the law of God, insomuch that Queen Mary subsequently treated her marriage with Guilford as a nullity. On Whitsunday, 1553, Jane Grey became Lady Dudley. At the same time her sister Catherine was married to Lord Herbert, and her sister Mary solemnly betrothed to her kinsman Lord Grey of Wilton. Both lords deserted their ladies. These luckless marriages were celebrated with extraordinary pomp, much to the annoyance of the populace, who evidently thought such gorgeous nuptial festivities in very bad taste, it being known that their young king, who was related to almost all the contracting parties, was then in a dying condition. It is said that, ill as he was, he did not forget to order the master of his wardrobe to deliver a wedding present to the young bride, who did not object to it as on a former occasion, though it consisted of a apparel far richer than that which the Lady Mary had given her out of her poverty. The dying monarch's gift was an ominous one: cloth of gold and silver, jewels, rich tissues, all from the forfeited effects of Jane's murdered father-in-law and her imprisoned mother-in-law, the late Duke and Duchess of Somerset. Among the manors and domains granted her was one, equally ill-omened, Stanfield Hall, from the church tower of which swayed the blackened corpse of Ket, the hospitable monk, hung in chains, after being dipped in pitch to preserve it, and clothed in the monastic habit. This frightful memento of the ruin of a religious house, oscillating forever in the wind, must have been a weird spectacle for a youthful bride. We soon find Jane with her mother at Sheen, also a suppressed monastery. The amiable lady who has written so eloquently of the loveliness of Jane's character in domestic life has not failed to inform us that she was at continual variance with the members of her own family. The case was not altered when marriage removed the young lady to the midst of a new family. The same authority informs us, not noticing the inconsistency of her statements, that Jane had a deep dislike to her husband's father and mother. She dreaded and distrusted the one and abhorred the other, feelings which a person eminent for holiness or extreme amiability certainly would not have entertained. Indeed, we have this under Jane's own hand in a letter to Queen Mary. The Duchess of Northumberland promised me at my nuptials with her son that she would be contented if I remained at home with my mother. Soon after, my husband being present, she declared that it was publicly said there was no hope of the king's life, and this was the first time I heard of the matter, and further observed to her husband that I ought not to leave her house, adding that when it pleased God to call King Edward to his mercy, I ought to hold myself in readiness, as I might be required to go to the Tower, since his Majesty had made me his heir. These words told me offhand and without preparation, agitated my soul, and for a time seemed to stupefy me. Yet they afterwards seemed to me exaggerated, and to mean little but boasting, and by no means of consequence sufficient to keep me from going to my mother. Jane evidently resisted the entreaties of her mother-in-law, for she proceeds, the Duchess was enraged against me, and said that it was my duty, at all events, to remain near my husband, from whom I should not go. Not venturing to disobey her, I remained at her house 4 or 5 days, a great concession, considering that these domestic altercations took place during the honeymoon. She carried out her own will as to leaving her mother-in-law, for we find her in Chelsea a little later, and dangerously ill. Meanwhile, the king, whose death was hourly expected, expired on the 6th of July, the anniversary of the judicial murder of the greatest layman of the age, Sir Thomas More. The royal boy, at the dictation of the plotters by whom he was surrounded, left the crown to Lady Jane Dudley, entirely passing over her mother, Frances Brandon, through whom Jane derived her royal descent from Henry VIII and Elizabeth, heiress of the brilliant house of York. Why the Lady Frances was thus set aside in favour of her daughter, no historian has adequately explained. The death of the king was concealed for 4 days, and on the 10th of July, Jane, having come by water to the Tower, was there publicly received as queen. At Lion House she had already received the homage of her parents, of the father and mother of her husband, and of several members of the council. Ridley, the usurping Bishop of London, harangued the populace at St. Paul's Cross on the illegitimacy of the sisters of the deceased king, and the blessings likely to result to the country from the prospective reign of Jane Dudley. But his bold and eloquent words evoked no enthusiastic response in the multitude. Their hearts were with the persecuted heiress of the crown, not with the triumphant Grey and Dudley factions. Meanwhile, Mary Tudor, whose life had been heretofore so retiring, so gentle, so benevolent, now that she had a right to maintain, showed the lion-like spirit of her sturdy race. Her proceedings in this most critical conjuncture evinced extraordinary courage and prudence. She fled towards Cambridgeshire with her retinue, and was sheltered by the hospitable Huddlestones during the first night of her perilous queenship. Her enemies were on her track early next morning, but not before she had assisted at Mass. Mary journeyed towards her house at Kenninghall, some say in the disguise of a market woman, on turning her steed to cast a last look on the hospitable roof that had sheltered her. The venerable pile burst into flames in her sight. Her enemies thought the fugitive heiress was within the walls. "Let it blaze away," said Mary. "I will build Huddleston a better house." The present stately mansion, Sawston Hall, built at her expense, remains to prove how magnificently Queen Mary kept her promise, and how grateful she was to be the friends of her adversity. The measures taken by the new sovereign from this time until she displayed her royal standard from the towers of Framlingham Castle are matters of general history. Had Elizabeth been the heroine of this enterprise instead of Mary, says Miss Strickland, it would have been lauded to the skies as one of the grandest efforts of female courage and ability the world had ever known. And so it was, the same lady generously adds, whether it be praised or not. All authorities, or nearly all, assert that Jane received the news of her elevation with anything but exultation. In the letter which she wrote to excuse her conduct to Queen Mary, she asserts these same, though she admits that she at once, having recovered from her very natural surprise, accepted the position, saying, "If to succeed be indeed my duty and my right, God will aid me to govern the realm to his glory." Jane threw all the blame on her mother-in-law, which was rather ungenerous, as that lady's husband just had his head cut off at the time Jane wrote. Sharon Turner will not acquit her of all blame. Jane Grey had descended, says he, from her social probity to take royalty, which was another's inheritance, and although importunity had extorted her acquiescence, yet her first reluctance gave testimony even to herself that she had not erred in ignorance of what was right. and no one but herself could know how much the temptation of the offered splendor had operated beyond the solicitation to seduce her to accept what she ought to have continued to refuse. When it is remembered that Jane was educated to become a queen consort, that she knew that by the will of Henry VIII only Mary and Elizabeth, last surviving members of a short-lived family, stood between her and the crown, it is very difficult to believe in the ignorance of the laws which she pleads when she endeavours to shirk responsibility of her doings as 9 days queen on the shoulders of her aiders and abettors. I cannot see that Jane, judged by her actions, ever rises above the commonplace, though she sometimes falls below it. I say nothing here of her personal ingratitude towards Queen Mary. An honourable woman would lay her head on the block rather than be guilty of that execrable vice. The public occurrences of the 9 days are recorded in general history. The private life of Queen Jane was disturbed by the extravagance of her husband, who insisted on being crowned king. Jane soothed him by promising to make him king by Act of Parliament, which it appears she had no notion of doing. She told 2 of her council next day that she was willing to make her husband a duke, but not a king. Guilford, however, swore he would be no duke, but king of England. He was actually called King Guilford by his own faction, and in several foreign dispatches. It appears by her letter already referred to that King Guilford struck her and swore at her on several occasions, also that she was maltreated by his mother. This unfortunate young woman seems to have been utterly incapable of winning the respect or affection of those about her. Not one of her cabinet remained loyal to her, while her much maligned rival was followed by many thousands who served her cause at their own expense. To add to her difficulties, the King Guilford business was making her ridiculous. Part of her brief queenship was spent upon a sick bed, poisoned, as she charitably suggests, by her unbeloved mother-in-law. In common justice, it must be remembered that the Dudleys and others about whom Jane speaks and writes with such unchristian bitterness have never had any opportunity of repeating their version of the story. The following is the cautious and accurate Lingard's estimate of the Epiphany Queen. Jane has been described to us as a young woman of gentle manners and superior talents, addicted to the study of the Scriptures and the classics, but fonder of dress than suited the austere notions of the Reformed preachers. Modern writers have attributed to her much of which she seems to be ignorant herself, the beautiful language which they put into her mouth, her forcible reasoning in favour of the claim of Mary, her philosophic contempt for the splendours of royalty, her refusal to accept a crown which was not her right, and her reluctant submission to the commands of her parents, must be considered as the fictions of historians, who, in their zeal to exalt the character of their heroine, seem to have forgotten that she was only 16 years of age. We could wish to make this article exhaustive, but the space at our disposal forbids, and we must pass over the better-known incidents of the 9 days. We need to give in full the lengthy proclamation in which Jane, by the grace of God, Queen, sets forth her titles and her claims. Was she not rather like her ancestress Eleanor of Aquitaine, Queen by the wrath of God? Mary put down the rebellion almost without a blow. Her illustrious grandmother, Isabella the Catholic, could not have adopted a more prompt, vigorous, and merciful policy. For her future disquiet, she forgave almost every one concerned in the late plot to effect her ruin, even Jane's father, who had borne arms against her, Jane's mother, who had held up the train of her usurping daughter, Jane's Lord Chancellor, Goodrich, who had sent her an insolent message during his brief tenure of office under Jane. All were pardoned. True, Guilford Dudley and his wife were tried and pleaded guilty in the historic Guildhall, but it was understood that Jane would never have to pay the penalty of her treasons. Charles V advised his cousin to allow the law to take its course, but Mary replied that she could not find it in her heart to put her unfortunate cousin to death. The Queen, whose clemency was so ill requited, added that Jane had been but a puppet in the hands of Northumberland, and knowing well that Jane had been compelled to marry a man with whom she never could be happy, took the earliest opportunity of asserting that she could not legally be Dudley's wife. as she had been validly contracted to another. In fact, it was not possible that Mary could do more in favor of a rival than she did. Jane's prison was a palace. She was allowed to recreate in the Queen's gardens, and even on Tower Hill her friends might have free access to her. The Harleian chronicler records that he dined in her company in the rooms of the lieutenant, on which occasion she remarked, with good reason, "The Queen's Majesty is a merciful princess." Her remarks on her father-in-law were not so edifying. His head had fallen from the scaffold a week previously, but, says Miss Strickland, she had not yet forgiven him. Jane's father, with his brothers, Lords Thomas and John Grey, were soon again in arms against the sovereign who had so recently pardoned them. Suffolk attempted to purchase his own pardon by betraying his friends and even his own brother, but he had put it out of the Queen's power to pardon him now, and his daughter, who had been a sort of hostage for his loyalty, shared his ruin. Mary's counsellors declared that revolt and insurrection would never cease while her rival lived, and Mary was persuaded to sign the death warrant of Guilford Dudley and his wife. Feckenham procured a respite of 3 days. Guilford desired to see his wife, a wife who was to cost that aspiring youth his head. The Queen consented, but Jane declined. "I would like her better if she had gratified his last expressed wish, for it may be that he wanted to ask her pardon for the blows and curses with which he had afflicted her during the 8 or 9 weeks of their married life previous to their imprisonment." But even misfortune awakened neither affection nor sympathy in this ill-matched pair, at least not in Jane. Feckenham, the amiable abbot, whose charity to the poor allured the minds of his adversaries into benevolence, came to the Tower to console the last days of this unhappy woman. She accepted his ministrations, thanked him for his kindness and humanity, and even embraced the venerable divine on the scaffold, but I deem it impossible to say in what phase of Protestantism she died. She had been made a widow about an hour before her death. Crucifix in hand, Feckenham stood by her side to the last. Jane wore a black cloth and velvet costume of great elegance. She addressed a few words to the spectators, saying that she most justly deserved the punishment she was about to receive for allowing herself, although unwilling, to be the instrument of the ambition of others. She confessed that when she knew the word of God, she neglected it, and loved herself and the world, and thanked him that he had given her a respite to repent. Having asked the prayers of the people, she suffered her 2 maids to remove her outer robe, while she herself tied a fair handkerchief before her eyes, and besought the executioner to dispatch her quickly. She had just repeated the psalm, "Have mercy on me, O God, according to thy great mercy." She now felt for the block, saying, "Where is it? What shall I do?" And being guided to the spot, knelt down and cried out, "Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit." She laid her head on the block, but the 5 minutes allowed for royal mercy, a period of horrible suspense, elapsed before the powerful headsman did the deed of blood. At one blow her head was severed from her body. About noon, February 12, 1554, Guilford, whom she had married 8 or 9 months previously, was beheaded on Tower Hill. Jane, on account of her royal descent, suffered on the green within the Tower. Both were buried in the church close by, between the mangled forms of Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard. Thus perished at the age of 18 the unfortunate Lady Jane Grey, through her own want of firmness in the first instance, and in the second place, as Stowe justly says, for fear of further troubles and stir for her title. No human person can read her sad story without sympathy and regret. It is hard to think, even after 3 centuries, of the fair head of a girl of 18 years rolling from the scaffold. I think Queen Mary regretted the political necessity more than the parents and sisters of the victim, though that princess was not one to feel repentant for doing what she deemed to be her duty. The weird stories of the bleeding form of Jane haunting the royal pillow of her successful rival have their source in some lively imagination. Mary was sorry for her luckless cousin, but I doubt if she ever felt the least remorse of conscience for allowing the sentence of Judge Morgan on Guilford Dudley and his wife to take effect. Nevertheless, I am heartily sorry that Mary did not, at all risks, continue to exercise in their regard the royal prerogative of mercy. Still, their early death has been the best friend to their fame. In personal appearance, Jane was not grand or noble. Her features were very small, her forehead so high as almost to amount to a deformity, but the expression sweet and pleasing. In height she was little more than a dwarf, and was therefore accustomed to wear gilt Chopin cork soles, which elevated her about 4 inches. Her dress was of the richest, and her portraits show her rather vulgarly overladen with finery. That in the Earl of Stamford's collection is by far the most pleasing. Tyler admits that Plato left his pupil leisure for the toilette. All her portraits represent her older than she was, but much unhappiness checkered her young life, and pangs of the heart, no less than years, leave their impress on the countenance. Poor Jane Grey, the Epiphany Queen, the 9 days' wonder, how little have they studied your sad story, who paint you as a paragon of human learning and divine perfection. No one regrets your tragic fate more than I, but truth is dearer to me than the sweetness of an historical memory. But Jane's mother was ever woman so tried. Her daughter, her son-in-law, her husband, his brother, all fell beneath the axe within a few days of each other. Could anything console her under such bereavements? Must not the life current have frozen in her veins, and her heart turned to stone at these horrors? What wonder if, like Rachel, she refuses to be comforted, like Niobe, weeps herself into a statue? Alas, alas! Jane's father was scarcely cold when her mother, emulating the cruel Henry VIII, who plucked his Mayflower, Jane Seymour, before the blood of Anne Boleyn was dry on the scaffold, married her groom, Adrian Stokes, a youth of 20. Some call the Reformation a tragedy, says Erasmus, but I call it a comedy, because every new scene ends in a marriage. Was this marriage, certainly the most revolting marriage in history, a tragedy or a comedy? The beheaded Duke of Suffolk had been Frances Brandon's husband from her 16th year. He was beheaded February 24th, his brother, Lord Thomas Grey, March 8th, 1554. On the 20th of November, 1554, the mother of Jane Grey gave another heir to the crown, whose father was a groom, and who bore the plebeian name of Stokes. Her sisters, Lady Catherine and Lady Mary, were completely neglected by their mother, who was absorbed in her young spouse. But Queen Mary had pity on these desolate girls, took them into her service as maids of honor, and lavished on them the affection denied them by their worthless mother, as they bore honorable testimony when they were being persecuted to death by their cousin, Queen Elizabeth. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Biebel. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1, Section 71. Who is to blame for the Little Bighorn disaster? By Reverend Edward Jacker. 1. Relation des Jésuites contenant ce qui s'est passé de plus remarquable dans les missions des Pères de la Compagnie des Heresies dans la Nouvelle-France. 3 volumes, Québec, Augustin Côté, 1858. 2. Mémoire sur les mœurs, coutumes et religions des sauvages de l'Amérique septentrionale par Nicolas Perrault, publié pour la première fois par le RPG d'Aragon de la Compagnie de Jésus, Leipzig et Paris Librairie à Franck, 1864. The defeat of Custer's command by the Dakotas has taken the country by surprise. To not a few of us, the news of the Little Bighorn disaster came like a clap of thunder from a cloudless sky. Nor has the press failed to comment on it in a variety of ways. The full significance of the fact, however, especially from a Catholic point of view, seems not quite generally understood, nor candidly acknowledged. The fall of a gallant officer, rendered more tragical by the simultaneous death of his nearest kin, the slaughter of 4 or 5 companies of soldiers, and the tears and distress of so many bereft parents, widows, and orphans, call for our sincere sympathy. Nor should we forget to feel compassion for the mourners in the Indian camp. Still, if you sum up the sudden or violent deaths occasioned all over the country by the ordinary causes of disease, excessive heat, crime, shipwreck, railroad accidents, and other casualties, you will not find a day in the year that does not add its hundreds of untimely graves and desolate homes to those of the preceding day. Hence a passing expression of sorrow is generally all we can spare for such cases as do not personally concern us. And in the midst of individual cares and joys and sorrows, the most heart-rending calamities are soon forgotten. So doubtless it will be even with the slaughter of last June. But it is, or ought to be, quite different with the moral significance of the disaster. This we shall do well not to dismiss so speedily from our thoughts. Is there not something unmistakably providential in the circumstance that, in the very height of her centennial exultation, our young and queenly nation has been compelled to endure a public humiliation, the like of which we can scarcely find in the earlier pages of her history? It is a standing disgrace to us that a nation of 40 millions of civilized and to a great extent Christian people is utterly unable to deal in any creditable manner with a few thousands of so-called savages within easy reach. The present Dakota War and our recent defeat have placed this in a very strong light. What is our material progress? What, for example, are the wonders of our coreless engine and the display of mechanical skill that, at this moment, dazzle the eyes of our guests from every clime if they see our civilization evidently lacking the power to assimilate by moral influence the last small remnant of barbarian life within the limits of the Republic? We boast of the spread of education all over the land. We Catholics glory especially in the number and grandeur of the edifices we erect for the worship of the Father of all men, whether white, black, or red. But in the actual warfare against paganism and its concomitant evils, the gun and the saber remain our most effective weapons and our last resort. What a few dozens of poor monks or religious achieved in the forests of our own barbarian ancestors, or at a more modern period in the wilds of Paraguay and in the Canadian woods, we, with all the resources of our advanced civilization, apparently are unable to accomplish. Where lies the fault? With the savage foe, 1,000 voices exclaim. Are not the Indians, asks a popular author of England, beings of an inferior order, incapable of acquiring religious knowledge, or of being trained to the functions of social life? The Indian is hewn out of a rock, says a widely read writer of our own country. You can rarely change the form without destruction of the substance. He will not learn the arts of civilization, and he and his forest must perish together. Others distinguish. They admit the moral and social perfectibility and openness to religious influence of some of the tribes, and the possibility of maintaining peaceable relations with them. But as for the wild hunter tribes of the prairies, they doubt or deny the possibility of ever reclaiming them, and predict their destruction by the gradual failure of the buffalo and wild game on which they now mainly subsist, and by unavoidable hostile encounters with our own ever-advancing population. Others, again, blame the government alone, or the party in power, for the necessity of recurring to violent measures, and for every disgraceful fact connected with our dealing with the red men that is brought to light. In order that the public may arrive at a conclusion, at a correct and just conclusion, and one that is practically serviceable for the solution of the Indian question, information is needed much more full and correct than can be gleaned from the statements, frequently one-sided and often utterly untrue, of the newspapers. Recently, the very name of the Sioux, by some wag we presume, was interpreted as cutthroats. And since this assertion, in connection with the unavoidable massacre, has gone the round of the press, another exemplification of the Spanish proverb, Quien a su perro quiere matar, rabia le ha de levantar. Any addition, then, to our real knowledge of the Dakota Indians, for so we prefer to call the Sioux, will be welcome at this time to the lovers of truth and humanity. We propose to offer in the following pages a glimpse of their earliest known history, or rather a few facts throwing light on their character, such as we have been able to glean from some of the French writers of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. The great misfortune of the Dakotas has been that the Jesuits of that period never gained a foothold among them. Not that they were loath to carry the gospel to them. On the contrary, they often turned their longing eyes towards the almost limitless territory of the Dakotas in the far west, and a few of them even set foot on it. But it was not granted to them to remain long enough to make converts or to establish a single mission. The first mention of the Dakotas, under the name of Nadvisiv, we find in Father Vimon's report of 1640 in a chapter entitled The Hope We Have of Converting Many Indians. His knowledge of them, as obtained from the traveler Nicolet, who some years before had visited Green Bay, was necessarily very limited. He describes them, together with the Assiniboines, the Illinois, the Potawatomis, and Nassawakwato Ottawas as neighbors of the Winnebagos, who then resided on Green Bay. But little as he knew of them, he already reckons them among the souls for whose conversion and salvation Providence had made Catholic France answerable by placing in her hands the great river of Canada, the gate and highway to the nations of the West. This was at a time when the whole European population of New France amounted to less than 250 souls. Footnote: at the end of the year 1641, there were 240 white settlers, sedentary population, in Canada. See Censuses of Canada, Introduction, page 16, Ottawa, 1876. In the year following, 1641, Fathers Rimbaud and Yogues went to visit the Ojibwas and Potawatomis at the outlet of Lake Superior. Among the tribes they there heard spoken of, that of the Dakotas, as might be expected, attracted their particular attention. The report, as containing the first more accurate, though in some respects not entirely correct, information about that tribe, deserves to be here given in full. They started, writes Father Vimont in the Relation of 1642, from our house of St. Mary's on Georgian Bay, towards the end of September, and after 17 days of navigation on the great lake or freshwater sea that bathes the country of the Hurons, they landed at the falls, Sault Ste. Marie. There they found about 2,000 souls and obtained certain intelligence of a great number of other sedentary tribes that had not yet become acquainted with any Europeans and had never heard a word about the true God, among others, of a certain tribe of Nonnobis, situated to the northwest or west of the falls, 18 days' journey farther on. The first 9 are performed on another great lake which begins above the falls. For the last 9 days you ascend a river that penetrates far into the country. These people cultivate the land after the fashion of our Hurons. They raise corn and tobacco. Their towns are larger than those of the Hurons, and are better fortified on account of the incessant wars they carry on with the Crees, Illinois, and other great tribes that inhabit the same country. Their dialect differs from both the Algonquin and Huron. Footnote: the above passage contains the first mention in the Relation of Lake Superior. The ordinary route from that lake to the Dakota country was by way of the St. Louis River, as shown on the Jesuits' map of 1671, but the distance from the falls to that river is too great for 9 days' canoe travel. The way by the Sturgeon, Ontonagon, or even the Montreal River, and from thence by portages to the headwaters of the Chippewa, would answer the description somewhat better. It was the last named river which the Ojibways of Upper Michigan, in the beginning of the present century, ordinarily descended when on the warpath against the Dakotas. Maize had not yet been introduced among the Dakotas in the 17th century, but they gathered wild rice, a cereal unknown at that time to the French. The fathers seem to have mistaken the manamen, wild rice, for mandamin, corn. The difference between the Dakota tongue and the various dialects of the Algonquin is very striking, much greater in fact than that between any 2 idioms of the Aryan family. As for the character of the Dakota language, we quote from Charlevoix, I have elsewhere mentioned the pretense set up that these Sioux have a Chinese accent. This has not yet been substantiated, but in mode of life they greatly resemble the Tatars. Shay's Charlevoix, Chapter 3, page 33. To this, Mr. Shay adds in a note, the affinity of the Dakota and Tatar alluded to in Charlevoix's journal, pages 183 and 4, has been recognized even by modern philologists. To readers interested in the study of comparative philology or ethnology, it will be gratifying to learn that, as far as a mere comparison of words can prove it, there seems to be a still closer relationship between the Dakota dialect and the dialects of the non-Aryan or dark-complexioned inhabitants of India, especially the tribes of Nepal, whose idioms belong to what Max Muller terms the sub-Himalayan branch of the Yangetic class of the southern division of the Turanian family. As there are many other indications that the American Indians in general belong to the primitive race whose debris are recognized in the non-Aryan aborigines of India, the subject here alluded to deserves to be more closely examined by those who have the time, the ability, and the literary helps. As a small contribution, we give, in an appendix, a meager comparative vocabulary. In the Relation of 1656, the Naduasiuwek are said to inhabit 40 villages, and the Puanak, or Western Dakotas, 30. Footnote. This statement rests on the testimony of 2 young Frenchmen who had just returned from an excursion to Green Bay. The Naduasiuwek, properly Naduesi, plural Naduesiwag, which is still the Ottawa name of the Dakota tribe, and Puanak, properly Boan, plural Boanag, the Ojibwa term for the whole tribe, then formed the 2 great divisions of the nation. The former name was by the early French writers applied to the eastern or sedentary, the latter to the western or nomad Dakotas. This distinction was dropped when a better acquaintance with the tribe disclosed the fact that Nadwesiweg and Bawang were but one people, and the term Sioux, which is simply the last syllable of Nadowesi, or rather Nadowesiu, as still pronounced by the Crees, was applied to both divisions. The word Nadowesi is derived from Nadue, sometimes spelled Natowe, the Algonquin term for Huron Iroquois, but also applied to a certain species of snakes. Whether the reptile obtained its name from those tribes or vice versa is now impossible to decide, and so is the question whether Nadowesi originally meant a little Iroquois or an Iroquois beast. There are grounds for either interpretation. The Sioux themselves are said to dislike this name, or sobriquet, and would rather be called by their own well-sounding name, Dakota, which means leagued or allied. 2 years later, the statement is repeated with the additional information that the Pualak were located west by north, and the Naduachiuk and Mantuk at 10 days' journey northwest of the head of Green Bay. Footnote. If the Mantuk, properly Mandwe, plural Mandweg, were Dakotas, as there is every reason to believe, we might recognize in their name an Algonquin corruption of Meduwakang. The Meduwankang Tongwangs, village or people of the Spirit Lake, were the most eastern of the Dakota bands, and originally inhabited those regions to which the brief remarks in the Relation point as the home of the Mantueg. It was intended that they should form part of Father Doulier's contemplated Green Bay mission of St. Michael's. The first Europeans, however, that went to visit the Dakotas were 2 young Frenchmen in 1658 who accompanied the Ottawa fur traders to the south shore of Lake Superior. A tradition is reported to exist among the Dakotas themselves that they murdered the first white man who appeared among them. Whatever the western bands may have done, those in the east gave a most friendly reception to their first white visitors, de Groseilliers and his companion. These courageous men struck into the woods, apparently from Keweenaw Bay, and traveling in a southwesterly direction, first met the fugitive Tionontate Hurons, who were then at the source of the Black River. From thence they must have proceeded west, for they spent the winter of 1659-60 with Buffalo's band, La Nation de Boeuf, or the sedentary Dakotas, whose territory lay on both sides of the upper Mississippi, principally between the St. Croix on the east and the St. Peters or Minnesota River on the west. According to the most probable statement, that part of the tribe then numbered 4,000 warriors, or about 20,000 souls. Footnote. The above statement as to numbers is culled from the manuscript journal of the Superior of the Jesuits in Quebec. We prefer it to the very different account in the Relation of 1660, according to which 5 of the 40 villages of eastern Dakotas contained 5,000 men, the text leaving it doubtful whether this is to be understood disjunctively or collectively. According to Perrault, the sedentary Dakotas, before they were reduced to nothing by their wars, numbered at least from 6,000 to 7,000 warriors. What struck those travelers most was the sight of women frightfully disfigured by having their noses cut off and the top of their heads scalped. This was the penalty for adultery, and gave the Jesuits a favorable opinion of the comparative strictness of morals in a tribe where polygamy prevailed, as it still does to a certain extent. Footnote. The assertion of the 2 travelers that every Dakota brave had at least 7 wives is an evident exaggeration. Otherwise, the numerical proportion between the sexes would have been strangely abnormal. According to the census of 1847, the number of males between the ages of 18 and 60 years in the 6 Minnesota bands was 300, that of females 369. At present, the females are said to form about 60% of the whole population. Desgosseillet's account of the western or nomad Dakotas, as given in the Relation, is as follows. These warlike Indians have made themselves as formidable with their bows and arrows among the upper Algonquins as the Iroquois are among the lower, hence their name Pualak, which means warriors. Footnote. Boinag is now the ordinary pronunciation, the letter L being wanting in the alphabet of most Algonquin dialects. The Crees of Labrador would still pronounce Boilag. We know of no Algonquin root that would justify the traveler's interpretation. As wood is scarce with them, and of small growth, nature has taught them how to make fire with coal, and to cover their cabins with skins. Footnote. Probably a misunderstanding. The fuel used by the prairie tribes in summertime was most likely then, as it is now, bois de vache, bison dung. On Belline's Carte de la Louisiane, published in 1744, and reprinted in Chez Charlevoix, Volume 6, there is, however, a coal mine marked in the Dakota country near the St. Peter's River. Some more industrious make themselves houses of clay, very much as swallows build their nests, and in these they would sleep no less sweetly than the great ones of the world under their golden panellings, were it not for the fear of the Iroquois, who travel in search of them to a distance of 500 or 600 leagues. To this the writer of the Relation characteristically adds, "But if the Iroquois go thither, why should not we go likewise? If there are conquests to be made, why shall faith not make them, as she does elsewhere all over the world? Behold those numberless people. The road, it is true, is barricaded. We must therefore break through every obstacle, and passing through death in 1,000 shapes, we must throw ourselves into the midst of the flames to deliver so many poor nations." These were not mere words. While they were penned, an aged Jesuit was toiling along the frightful road to Lake Huron, and in less than a year he was on his way to the Dakotas. On the 13th of July, 1661, Father Maynard, the first missionary on Lake Superior, left Keweenaw Bay for the interior of Upper Michigan. His immediate intention, it is true, was to succor the once half-Christian Tiononate Hurons on the Black River, but his ulterior object was evidently to push through to more western regions and open a mission among the Dakotas. This is shown by the concluding remarks of his last letter, written only 11 days before his departure. "Every day," he says, "I hear the Indians speak of 4 numerous tribes, 200 or 300 leagues from this." Footnote. What tribes these were can only be surmised, but from the description of the way to reach them, none other could have been meant than the western neighbors of the Keweenaw Indians, and among them the Dakotas. Besides the 2 divisions of the Dakotas proper, 2 other kindred tribes, the Assiniboines, Assinibawang, or Stone Sioux, and the Iowas, Iowaeg, Mashkode, Nadaweseweg, or Sioux of the Prairies, might have been spoken of. I hope to die on the way. However, having come so far and being full of health, I shall do what is possible to reach them. The road is an almost continual series of marshes through which you have to sound your way, being in danger of becoming engulfed beyond the possibility of extricating yourself. Means of living there are none, except what you carry with you. The number of mosquitoes is frightful. These are the 3 great difficulties to my finding a companion. I hope to throw myself among some Indians that intend to undertake the journey. God will dispose of us according to his will and for his greater glory, be it through death or life. It would be a great mercy on his part were he to call me to himself in so good a place. The courageous old missionary's presentiment was soon fulfilled. After a month's travel and within a day's journey of the Huron village, he lost his way in the woods and perished or was killed. Father Menard's death has been charged to the Dakotas, but without sufficient cause, as will be seen from the very account that gave rise to the accusation. Nicolas Perrault thus describes the event. One day his, Menard's, companion found himself in a rapid that carried off his canoe. The father, in order to lighten it, took out some of his baggage, and as he went to rejoin his companion, missed the way. He took a path beaten by animals, and whilst trying to return to the right one, became entangled in a labyrinth of trees. His French companion, having passed over the rapids with great difficulty, waited for the good father, and when he failed to make his appearance, resolved to go in search of him. For several days he searched the woods, and called him at the highest pitch of his voice, hoping to discover him, but all in vain. Subsequently he met a Sac Indian who carried the missionary's kettle, and gave him some information about him. He declared that he had found his tracks far off in the country, but that he had not seen the father himself. He told him that he also had found the tracks of several other persons going in the direction of the Sioux. He gave it as his opinion that the Sioux had killed him or made him prisoner. In fact, several years later, his breviary and his cassock were found among the Sioux, who displayed them at their banquets, offering up to them their dishes. Shall we give credit to the Indian's story? Could not he who carried off the father's spoils have also taken his life? On this point, the Relation of 1667 give the following account. An Indian found after some time the father's provision bag, but he would not confess that he had found his body for fear of being accused of having killed him, which perhaps he did, for those savages do not hesitate to kill a man whom they meet in the woods for the purpose of despoiling him. And in fact, there were seen in one of their cabins several articles that had belonged to the father's portable chapel. If Father Menard's breviary and cassock were preserved by the Dakotas as objects of religious worship, there are various ways to explain how these articles found their way among them from either the Sacs or the Hurons, for encounters between the Dakotas and those two tribes were frequent. To explain the origin of these hostilities, we must retrace our steps for the space of 3 or 4 years, and leaving our customary guides, the Relation, turn to the Memoir of Nicolas Perrault. Footnote. Nicolas Perrault came to Canada while quite a youth. Having fulfilled his apprenticeship among the Indians as a servant of the Jesuits, he took a very conspicuous part in many official transactions between the colonial government and the Indians during his whole life, which was a long one, and one half of which was passed among the western Indian tribes. His memoir was not written until 1717, but as he was himself an eyewitness to most of the events he relates, or at least obtained his information from those who were eyewitnesses, his account of transactions that took place during the latter half of the preceding century is quite trustworthy. His honesty has never been doubted. Father Taihan's learned and judicious annotations greatly enhance the value of Perrault's interesting memoir. According to Perrault, the Ottawas and Tionotate Hurons, who in their flight from the Iroquois had reached the Mississippi about 1657, were the first Indians provided with European goods that came in contact with the Dakotas. Some of these fugitives, having been found hunting on the grounds of the Dakotas, were captured by them and taken to one of their villages. Had these captives been killed on the spot as trespassers, it would have been in accordance with the custom of many other tribes. But the Dakotas, as all the early writers assure us, were the most humane of all the northwestern Indians. Those children of nature, seeing at a glance the vast difference between their own stone knives and flint hatchets and the iron utensils in the hands of the newcomers, received them like beings of another world, and honorably conducted them back to their friends. A few presents, such as hatchets, knives, and awls, having been given to the Dakotas and distributed by them among their different villages, deputations from each village at once set out for the Ottawa and Huron camp, and in order to express their joy and manifest their high esteem for the strangers, as well as to gain their goodwill, those grave and powerful men, according to their singular custom, laid their hands on their new friends, and with copious tears implored their mercy, and begged them to make them also partakers of the mysterious black metal. No more was needed to fill the Ottawas and Hurons with disgust and contempt towards the Dakotas. Who had ever beheld a tear in the eyes of a brave or sober Indian? They at once rated the Dakotas as cowards unfit for war, and far beneath themselves in every respect. They, however, presented their ambassadors with a few more trinkets, who thereupon lifted up their eyes to heaven in thankfulness that a people had been sent to them able to put an end to their misery. Their wonder and admiration reached its highest point when a few Ottawas, who had guns, fired them off, proving thereby that they were masters of the thunder, one of the most potent Dakota divinities. Upon this, more signs of humble submission were made, and caresses were lavished on the proud visitors. Poor simple souls! Even then a lesson was given to them which they would have done well to remember in later times, and in their dealings with more powerful intruders. With the permission of their friendly hosts, or without asking for it, the allies made their home on a pleasant island in Lake Pepin, where they were frequently visited by the Dakotas. In continuing the narrative, we shall use the exact words of our honest, though somewhat illiterate author, and the reader will decide whether the passage does not read like a page of modern history. One day it happened that the Hurons, being out hunting, met some Sioux, whom they killed. The Sioux, missing their people, had no suspicion of what had become of them. A few days later they found their dead bodies, with their heads cut off. They returned in haste to their village to make known the sad news, and met on the way some Hurons whom they took prisoners. When they arrived at their village, the chiefs released them and sent them back to their people. The Hurons, presumptuous enough to imagine that the Sioux were unable to resist them without iron weapons and firearms, conspired with the Ottawas to attack and wage war against them in order to chase them out of their country, so as to be able to spread more widely and gain their livelihood more easily. So the Ottawas and Hurons joined and marched against the Sioux. They imagined they would only have to show themselves to put them to flight, but they were greatly mistaken, for the Sioux withstood their assault and repulsed them, and had they not retreated, they would have been entirely defeated by the great numbers that came to the rescue from other allied villages. They pursued the Ottawas and Hurons to their establishment, where they were compelled to throw up a miserable fort, which, nevertheless, sufficed to cause the Sioux to retire, as they durst not undertake an assault. The continual raids, however, which the Sioux made upon them finally compelled them to leave the country, about 1658. Thus the Dakotas appear invariably throughout the further course of their early history, hospitable, naturally inclined to peace, confiding to a fault, and hence often the dupes of the crafty, but also brave, more so even than most other Indian tribes, and when outraged beyond farther endurance, able to retaliate and ready, if needs be, to perish in defense of their rights. The warfare they were engaged in with the Crees and Illinois and other northern and southern neighbors was in all probability not of their own seeking, for it was their custom never to give the first offense. When a treaty was concluded between them and any of their enemies, they never were the first to break it. How forbearing they were even in their revenge, and how much less cruel and inhuman than either Huron Iroquois or Algonquins, will be seen in the sequel. We resume Perrault's narrative, using again in part his own words. The Dakotas, seeing their enemies gone, did not molest them any longer, but the Hurons continued from their new fort on Black River to harass the Dakotas by small war parties. This caused frequent retaliatory attacks on the part of the Dakotas, who finally drove the Hurons from their position in the interior and forced them to join their Ottawa friends in Chegoemegon on the south shore of Lake Superior in 1661 or 1662. They had hardly pitched their wigwams when a party of 100 warriors, apparently the whole force of the tribe, set out for the valley of the St. Croix, the Lacostrian home of their enemies. The character of the ground gave a great advantage to the Dakotas. Among a great number, a network, as it were, of small lakes or wild rice swamps, the population was scattered in hamlets of 5 or 6 families, but in such proximity that in case of a sudden attack, the first alarm would bring a large number of warriors to the rescue. These lakes were separated by narrow slips of land, some from 40 to 50 paces in width, others no more than 5 or 6. Across these little isthmuses, the Dakotas, in pursuing the enemy, carried their light canoes and thus speedily passed from lake to lake, while the invaders were obliged to make the circuit, and thus, if worsted, had hardly a chance of escape left to them. The Hurons, apparently unaware of all these circumstances, and unprovided with canoes, had penetrated into this marshy region when the Dakotas discovered their tracks. More than 3,000 Dakotas arrived from all sides and invested the Hurons. The din and clamor and the yells that rent the welkin gave them to understand well enough that they were surrounded on all sides, and that nothing was left to them but to make a firm front against the Sioux, who would not be long in discovering them, unless some favorable opportunity for a retreat presented itself. In this strait, they judged that the best thing they could do was to hide themselves amidst the growth of wild rice, where they stood in mud and water up to the chin. They dispersed one by one in all directions, being very careful not to make any noise in walking. The Sioux, who sought them with great care, being eagerly bent on catching them, upon finding but very few, came to the conclusion that the main body of them must be hidden in the wild rice. What astonished them most was that all the tracks they could discover were of persons coming out and none going in. Footnote. If the Dakotas were really astonished at such a well-known Indian stratagem, the Hurons having simply walked backwards into the swamps, it would prove them to have been the most unsophisticated of redskins. In fact, Perrault declares further on that they were less cunning than other Indians. So they bethought themselves of spreading beaver nets across these little isthmuses, and attached to them hawk bells, which they had received from the Ottawas and their allies, along with other presents on the occasion already mentioned. They stationed strong detachments to guard all the passages, and watched by night as well as by day, presuming the Hurons would try to escape under cover of darkness the danger that hung over them. And in fact they succeeded, for the Hurons, sneaking out at night, crept on all fours, and without a suspicion of the snares laid for them, went head foremost against the nets, which they could not escape, and which did not fail to ring. The Sioux in ambush took them prisoners as fast as they presented themselves. Only one of the party of invaders was lucky enough to escape. Footnote. His French name was Lefroid, and he was not long dead when Perrault wrote his memoir. Our author must have frequently seen him in Michilimackinac, nor did he lack opportunities to hear the story related by the Dakotas, among whom also he spent several years. And what was the fate of those that fell into the hands of an enemy so justly indignant? A small number were condemned to death. The rest were detained until they had witnessed their comrade's execution, and then were sent home unhurt. Those selected as warning example were tied to trees or posts and pierced with arrows, but this was left to the youth. No brave or adult man or woman would take part in the execution. The bodies were simply thrown aside and covered up. Such was the custom of the Dakotas until they learned that when their warriors were captured by their eastern enemies, they were cruelly tortured and burned to death. The law of reprisal, or Indian point of honor, then obliged them to act likewise, but being naturally more compassionate, they ever remained bunglers in the cruel work, and generally, after a few applications of the firebrands, hastened to put an end to it by braining their victims. Nor did they ever feast on their flesh. Such is the testimony of Perrault, who was personally acquainted and on friendly terms with them, as well as with their eastern enemies, and who had no reason for partiality towards either side. For nearly a decade after their defeat in the wild rice swamps, the Hurons of Chegoimegon dared not attack their powerful neighbors, nor did the Dakotas, who had a sufficient number of other enemies on their hands, commit any act of hostility against the Hurons. Footnote: besides the Crees and Assiniboines in the north and the Illinois in the south, the Dakotas had, since about the middle of the 17th century, to contend with the Foxes, Sacs, Mascoutins, and Kickapoos, late immigrants into the neighborhood of Lake Winnebago and Green Bay. In consequence of those wars, especially with the three last-named tribes, they had, according to Perrault, in the second decade of the 18th century, become very much reduced. Ne sont à présent qu'en très petit nombre. If we rightly understand a mutilated or otherwise obscure passage on page 91 of his memoir, the Dakotas of the prairies had at that period only 100 warriors, while those on the Mississippi, between the St. Peter's and St. Croix rivers, ceux qui vont en canot, had also fallen very far below their former number, which in the preceding century had been above 6,000 or 7,000 men. Hence, if we assume about 4,000 to have been the number of their men in the first quarter of the last century, a very liberal allowance, if Perrault's computation is even approximately correct, the Dakotas have, within the last 150 years, not decreased, but like several other northwestern tribes, considerably gained in numbers. They are now variously estimated at from 30,000 to 50,000 souls, or even more, the difference in the computation partly arising from the circumstance that in some of these estimates other kindred tribes are counted with the Dakotas. How little reliable, however, even official estimates are, will appear from the vacillations in the following list. 1829, General Porter, Secretary of War, 15,000. 1834, General Cass, Secretary of War, 27,500. 1836, official estimate, 21,600. 1836, statistical returns, 23,991. 1847, official estimate, 27,663. 1850, official estimate, 30,000. 1850, statistical returns, 15,560. 1855, statistical returns, 27,663. In connection with Indian statistics, an inaccuracy in the last number of the quarterly may here be corrected. Lines 4th to 8th on page 406 ought to read as follows: the present numerical strength of one of the last-mentioned Algonquin tribes, the Ottawas, is not inferior to, and that of the two others, Menomonees and Ojibwas, is even greatly in excess of what it was at the time of the Jesuits' first arrival among their fathers. During this time, the Huron and Ottawa mission of Chegoimegon, or La Pointe de Saint-Esprit, was begun by Father Alloway, 1665. As this missionary was the first priest whom the wonder-stricken Dakotas beheld, and who described them from personal experience, we cannot resist the temptation to translate the greater part of a chapter he devotes to them under the heading of the mission of the Nadowesiowek. These are people who dwell in the west from here, he writes from La Pointe, towards the great river called Mississippi. They are 40 or 50 leagues off, on prairies abounding in all kinds of game. They have fields in which, however, they do not plant any corn, but only tobacco. Providence has supplied them with a sort of swamp rye, wild rice, which they gather towards the end of summer on small lakes that are covered with it. They know how to prepare it so as to make it very palatable and nourishing. They gave me some of it when I was at the head of Lake Tracy, Superior, where I saw them. They have no guns, but only bows and arrows, in the use of which they are very skillful. Their cabins are not covered with bark, but with stag skins, buffalo hides, well dressed and so nicely sewed that the cold does not penetrate. These Indians are shy and wild above all others. In our presence they appear dumbfounded and motionless like statues. They are nevertheless martial, and have carried on war with all their neighbors, by whom they are exceedingly dreaded. They speak an entirely strange language. The Indians of this neighborhood do not understand them. Hence I was obliged to address them through the medium of an interpreter, who, being an infidel, did not do as well as I should have wished. Nevertheless, I snatched one innocent soul of that country from Satan. This was a little child that went to heaven soon after I had baptized it. A solis ortu usque ad occasum laudabilque nomen Domini. God will open an opportunity to announce among them His word and glorify His holy name whenever His divine majesty shall deign to show mercy to that people. Neither Allouez nor his successor at Checoamegon, Father Marquette, were able to bestow upon their Dakota neighbors more than the humble supplications they offered up in their behalf before the throne of grace. Some insight into the plans of Marquette and his fellow missionaries at that period may be gained from the concluding passage in this Father's report of 1670. After a short notice of the Dakotas, in which he too bears testimony to their inviolable fidelity in keeping their word, he continues, I have sent them a present by an interpreter, telling them that they must recognize the Frenchman wherever they meet him, that they must not kill either him or the Indians that accompany him, that the black gown is about to pass to the Assiniboines and Crees, that he is already with the Outagamis, Foxes, and that I am going this autumn to the Illinois, to whom they should leave me a free passage. They agreed to this, but as for my present, they wished to wait until all their people would return from the chase, stating that they were to come to La Pointe in the autumn in order to hold council with the Illinois and to speak with me. Would that all these nations loved God as much as they stand in awe of the French. Christianity would soon flourish. All these far-reaching plans were doomed to failure. About the time Father Marquette wrote his report, or soon after, an event took place which led to the renewal of hostilities and changed the whole face of affairs. It was again the Hurons' perfidy that caused the breach of peace. About 3 years before the event in question, a party of Hurons, having, on a hunting excursion to the neighborhood of the Dakotas, met a few of that tribe, took them prisoners, and carried them off to Checoamegon. There existed even then a strong inclination on the part of the Hurons to put them into the kettle, but the remonstrances of the Ottawas prevailed, and one of their chiefs, with his braves and 4 Frenchmen, conducted them back to their people. Overlooking all that had passed, the Dakotas not only gave those Ottawas a most friendly reception, caressing them in their customary manner, but even adopted the leader of the party into their own tribe and constituted him one of their chiefs by performing in his honor the solemn dance of the calumet. Footnote. A short description of the ceremony called by our author the singing of the calumet to or with a person is found in La Poterie, Chapter 2, page 185. At the performance there described, Nicolas Perrault himself was the recipient of that distinguished honor on the part of the Iowas, a tribe of the Dakota stock. The following is a translation. 40 Iowas came to trade at the French fort on the upper Mississippi. Perrault returned with them to their village, where he was very well received. The chief begged of him to deign accept the calumet which they wished to sing to him. He consented. This is an honor accorded only to such as, in their estimation, hold the rank of great captains. He sat on a fine buffalo robe. 3 Iowas held his body from behind, while the others sang, holding calumets in their hands, and making them keep time with their singing. The one who rocked his body made him also move according to time, and thus they spent a good part of the night singing the calumet. The great importance of this ceremony is quite rhapsodically described by Perrault himself. They constitute him, who has thus been honored, a child of the nation, or naturalize him. People are bound to obey him after the calumet has been presented and sang to him. The calumet obliges and engages those who have sang it to follow to war the stranger in whose honor it has been sung, without placing him under the same obligation. The calumet arrests in their course the warriors of the tribe of those who have sung it, and puts an end to every sort of vengeance, which one might be entitled to take for persons killed. The calumet causes the suspension of hostilities. It serves as a passive admission to deputations of enemies who would go to a tribe, some of whose people were recently killed by them. It is the calumet, in a word, that has the power to confirm anything, and that adds credit to solemn oaths that are taken. The The Indians believe that the sun has given it to the Pawnees, and that since it has been banded from village to village as far as the Ottawas, they have so much respect and veneration for it that they look upon him who would violate the calumet as false and treacherous, and call his crime unpardonable. Such was once the firm persuasion, sentiment, of the Indians. They are still of the same opinion, but this does not prevent some occasional foul dealing in the use of the calumet. Those of the prairies are inviolably attached to it and hold it as something sacred. They would never go against the faith promised to those who have sung it, even if their tribe had stricken at their own, provided the person himself that sung it had not perfidiously had a hand in the blow. He would be the greatest of traitors, because he would break the calumet and sunder the union established by its means. Memoir, page 99. The ceremony took place in several villages in the presence of all the chiefs, who solemnly pledged themselves to an inviolable peace. After the solemnity, we translate again from Perrault with a few slight verbal changes. The Sinago, Ottawa chief, returned with his people and his French companions to Chicoémégon, having promised the Sioux to visit them again in the following year. This he failed to do, nor did he return in the second year. The Sioux were at a loss to think what could make him tarry. It happened, however, that some Hurons, having gone a-hunting in the neighborhood of the Sioux, were taken prisoners by some young men of the tribe and carried to their village, 1670. The chief who had sung the calumet to the head man of the Sinagos was in high dudgeon at the sight of those prisoners, and at once took it upon himself to protect them. He came near striking those that had captured them, and little was wanting to cause a war between his village and that of the young men who had done the mischief. The chief gained his point and caused the Hurons to be set free. On the very next day he sent one of them back to Chicoémégon with the assurance that he, the Sioux chief, was not in fault in this affair, but that a few mischievous young men, who did not even belong to his band, had committed the deed, and that in a few days he himself would bring back those he still kept with him. Now the Huron whom he had sent to Chicoémégon, whether he lied of his own accord or was put up to it, declared that the Sioux had taken him and his companions prisoners, that he had luckily escaped out of their hands, and that he knew not whether his comrades were still alive or had been put to death. The Sioux chief who had sung the calumet with the chief of the Sinagos was anxious, as already mentioned, to go in person and return the Huron prisoners to their people. He started with them from his village, but as soon as they found themselves in the neighborhood of Chicoémégon, they secretly left him. Having arrived at home, they likewise said that they had escaped death by flight. The Sioux chief was greatly surprised when he missed them in the morning. Nevertheless, he persisted in his resolution to continue his journey, and the same day he reached the village. But not daring to go to the Hurons, whom he distrusted, he entered the cabin of the Sinago chief, to whom he had sung the calumet, who received him very well, and so did all the Ottawas. He made a speech to them, giving them to understand that he had set the Hurons at liberty. The party consisted of 5, including a woman who accompanied them. The Hurons, cunning and treacherous above all other Indians, not succeeding in making the Ottawas believe that the captives had obtained their liberty by flight, had recourse to presents in order to gain the Sinago chief with whom the Sioux were lodged. They succeeded. The bribe took effect, and all the Ottawas, led away by the chief's example, went so far in their inhumanity as to put them into the kettle and eat them. At the same time, abandoning their villages, they went to live in Michilimackinac and Manitoulin. Footnote. For a short description of the campaign of the United Hurons, Ottawas, Potawatomis, Sacs, and Foxes in their route by the Dakotas in the following year, 1671, the reader is referred to the July number of the Quarterly, pages 427 and 428. In the same number, line 20th of page 420 read Hurons instead of Sinagos. End of section 71. Section 72 of The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Biebel. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1, Section 72, Who is to Blame for the Little Bighorn Disaster, by Reverend Edward Jacker. Thus already 200 years ago began the education of the simple Dakotas through the means of examples set to them by a superior race, for such intellectually the Hurons undoubtedly were. It is difficult not to suspect in such fiendish deeds the direct working of a dark, invisible agent, laying countermines against the approach of an opposite and hated power. However this may be, little did those arch traitors think what a mighty turn they gave to coming events, when, by that foul murder, they occasioned the breaking up of their establishment at Chegoimegon. Had it continued and prospered, and had it, instead of Michilimackinac, become a central point of missionary and commercial intercourse between the French and the northwestern Indians, and had the Jesuits, as under the expectation they were most likely to have done, soon extended the mild sway of their Christian influence over the Dakotas and their neighbor tribes, they would, from that point and among those tribes, as well as among the Ojibwas, the Ottawas, Menemones, Potawatomis, and Winnebagos, have prepared the way for civilization, and thus, in the only manner possible, have solved the Indian question, long before the birth of our Republic. By the abandonment of that post, the progress of the gospel towards the northwest was suddenly and permanently arrested, and a legacy left to our own times that seems well nigh too heavy a burden for our shoulders. The Jesuit fathers, notwithstanding the occurrences above mentioned, did not abandon the hope of finding an entrance among the Dakotas. Those outraged people had, in a manner, shown their appreciation of Father Marquette's overture by respectfully returning, before they struck a blow, the holy images he had offered them as a present. An opportunity to resume friendly relations with the Dakotas was afforded the missionaries by the fortunes of the war itself. For a few years a desultory warfare was carried on, with varying success, by the Ojibwas of Lake Superior, who only from that time begin to occupy a more prominent place in the records of the century. A remarkable advantage gained over the Dakotas by the band at Sault Ste. Marie some time before, or early in the spring of 1674, prompted the mighty tribe to sue for peace. While the negotiations were pending, the fathers of that mission, happy to have found the long-wished-for opportunity, at once employed themselves in teaching the Dakota ambassadors, and charmed with their docility, began to conceive great hopes of opening a mission among that tribe. How the envy of the powers of darkness there again disconcerted their plans. Father Dablon relates in the following manner: Massacre of 10 Nonnobis envoys and 20 other Indians, which took place in the house of St. Mary of the Falls. Footnote: the above is found in the Relations of 1673-9, which were not published until 1860, when Mr. Shea printed them from a manuscript fortunately preserved. The Nonnobis, a tribe extremely numerous and warlike, were the common foes of all the Indians comprised under the name of Ottawas or Upper Algonquins. They carried their arms even to the remote north, waging war against the Kilistinons, Crees, who dwell there. Everywhere they made themselves formidable by their boldness, by their numbers, and by their skill in battle, where, along with other arms, they make use of stone knives. Of these they always carried 2, one fastened to their belts, the other hanging in their hair. A party of braves from St. Mary of the Falls, having surprised them in their country, and taking 80 prisoners, obliged them to sue for peace. Footnote: most likely those prisoners were only or principally women and children. For this purpose they sent 10 of their most fearless men to the falls to negotiate. They were received with joy as soon as the object of their coming became known, but the Kilistinons, who had lately arrived, and others called Mississakis, not only manifested their dissatisfaction, but also determined to prevent the conclusion of the peace and even to massacre the envoys. Therefore, for safekeeping, the envoys were lodged in the French house, a log cabin, that had been built for the use of the missionaries. Father Gabriel Drouillet employed this opportunity to instruct them in our holy faith. They listened with such docility that, after the instruction, they knelt down, and folding their hands, called upon Jesus, the Master of life, concerning whom they had been taught. In the meantime, the Indians assembled in the French house, some with the intention to conclude peace with the nonnobis, others to hinder its conclusion. Everything imaginable was done to prevent those that entered from bringing their weapons with them. But as the crowd was very large, 5 or 6 slipped in without having their knives taken from them. It was one of these, a Philistinon, who gave rise to the slaughter that ensued. For, approaching a nonnobis with knife in hand, he said, "Thou art afraid," threatening to strike him. The nonnobis, not a whit disturbed, replied in a haughty tone and with tranquil mien, "If thou thinkest that I tremble, strike straight at the heart." Receiving the thrust, he shouted to those of his tribe, "They kill us, brethren." At these words, his companions, fired with vengeance, and being of great size and strength, rose and attacked with their knives all the assembled Indians, without discriminating between Philistinons or Soto, thinking that all had equally conspired to assassinate them. It was not very difficult for them to make a great slaughter in a short time, inasmuch as the crowd were unarmed and expected no such attack. The Philistinon who had begun the fight was among the first stabbed, and fell dead on the floor, with several others. Then the nonnobis placed themselves at the door of the house to guard it and strike down those that might try to escape. But seeing that several had already slipped out and gone in search of arms, they closed the door, resolved to defend themselves to the last gasp. Footnote: It must be supposed that the Dakotas were by this time alone in the house. They then stationed themselves at the windows, and as they had by chance found some guns and ammunition, they used them to keep off their enemies, who were going to burn them, by setting fire to the place in which they were enclosed. They killed some who had advanced too near, but despite all their efforts, others approached the house, and having placed straw and birch bark canoes against it, set fire to them, which soon placed those inside in danger of being consumed by the flames. This obliged them to give a last proof of their courage, for all 10 rushed out with weapons in hand, and with incredible swiftness threw themselves into a wooden hut which stood close by. From this they defended themselves and never ceased to kill as long as their supply of powder and lead lasted. This failing, they were overpowered by superior numbers, and were all killed on the spot, together with 2 women who had come with them. A 3rd woman was spared, because she was discovered to be only their slave, and an Algonquin by birth. During all this tumult and slaughter, the fire which the Indians had set to the missionary's house spread, and in spite of all that was done, soon consumed this building, and placed the new chapel, which was not far from it, in great danger of being also burned. They, however, succeeded in saving it. It was a frightful sight to behold so many dead and wounded in so narrow a space, to hear the moans of the dying and the shouting of those who encouraged each other in the fight, amid the confusion of an excited multitude who hardly knew what they were doing. Our Indians bewailed 40 dead or wounded, among whom were some of their most prominent men, and the missionaries, on their part, had great cause for grief in being compelled to give up so soon the hope of going to preach the gospel to the nonnobis, which the peace, on the point of being concluded, had led them to entertain. Moreover, they saw themselves abandoned by the Indians of that neighborhood, for, fearing lest the nonnobis, finding that their people did not return, should suspect their fate and come to avenge them, they scattered and left the missionaries exposed to the fury of their enemies. Moreover, besides the danger to which they were exposed of being massacred, not only at the falls, but also in their other missions, the progress which the gospel had begun to make through their exertions has been greatly retarded for some time. In the meantime, God has not failed to derive glory from these misfortunes, and to make use of them, both for securing the salvation of some souls, and for showing the extraordinary effects of his omnipotence. For several of the dangerously wounded asked for baptism, and upon receiving it were healed of their wounds. With this extract we conclude our selections from the early records. All we learn from later writers is that the Jesuits never succeeded in opening a Dakota mission. The machinations of their enemies very soon so reduced their numbers and trammeled their efficacy in the Algonquin missions that instead of extending their sphere of action, they were compelled to greatly circumscribe it. A few isolated attempts, however, were made. Alluding to these, Charlevoix says, 2 Jesuits, who in 1687 and 1689 made some excursions among them, the Sioux, spoke of them as a very powerful people. In one of them, Father Joseph Marist often expressed to me his great regret that he was not enabled to take up his residence among those Indians, whom he found docile and reasonable. He added that the Sioux did not inflict on their prisoners the horrors which disgrace most of the other Indian nations on this continent, and that they have a very distinct knowledge of the one only God. 30 years later, Father Guignas tried to open a mission, of which we only know that it was closed almost as soon as begun, the father being compelled to retire in consequence of a victory of the Foxes over the French. On the other hand, there is a very full account of a well-known clerical traveler's experience among the Dakotas of the 17th century. Who has not heard of the Miles Gloriosus of Western travels, poor Father Hennepin? There is nothing in his narrative, even if we take for granted the truth of every word, that would compel us to modify the good opinion our other sources of information have led us to form of the Dakota's original character. Although the pusillanimity and puerility of this traveler, a missionary he hardly deserves to be called, could not fail to impress the Indians rather unfavorably, he was, on the whole, well enough treated by the Dakota band, in whose power he was and with whom he traveled as a prisoner from March or April to July 1680. If we compare the treatment the first Jesuits in the West received at the hands of their Huron and Algonquin traveling companions with the usage Hennepin complains of, the balance of humanity and politeness will be found entirely on the side of the Dakotas. Footnote. See for the Recollect Friar Hennepin's literary character, writings, etc., J. G. Shea, Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley, which also contains a translation of Hennepin's narrative of his voyage to the upper Mississippi. The colonization of Louisiana absorbed to a great extent the resources of the French, and withdrew their attention from their own interest and those of religion in the more remote Northwest, and prevented them from pursuing their peaceable conquests beyond Lake Superior. The Dakotas, who, like all the northwestern tribes, had consented to the Frenchmen's taking possession of their country, 1689, seem to have greatly desired a closer alliance and more frequent intercourse with white men. They appear to have felt the apparent slight put on them. The following will serve as an illustration of their feelings in regard to this. In 1693, the celebrated traveler Le Sereux erected a post at Chegoimegon and renewed the alliance with the Dakotas. 2 years later, he went with a large convoy to Montreal, where the following incident occurred. While de Frontenac was giving orders to the Indians who had accompanied him, a Sioux chief approached with a very sad air, laid his hands on his knees, and with streaming eyes begged him to take pity on him, that all the other nations had their father, and that he alone was like a forsaken child. He then spread out a beaver skin, on which he arranged 22 arrows, and taking them one after another, he named for each a village of his nation, and asked the general to take them all under his protection. This the Comte de Frontenac promised, but since that time no means have been taken to retain the people in our alliance. When Charlevoix published the work from which we extract this passage, 1744, it was well nigh too late for France to cultivate the friendship of the Dakotas. The English power that soon supplanted her in Canada and the Northwest had little communication with that distant tribe. Though the English in their last struggle with our republic did not disdain the assistance of the Dakotas, Dakota warriors fought side by side with their Algonquin rivals in the War of 1812. The pithy speech of their chief, Wabasha, on Drummond Island, rejecting the paltry reward offered them by the defeated Britons, forms one of the well-known specimens of Indian oratory. The year 1830 witnessed the first treaty between our government and the Dakota tribe. For a strip of land running along the Iowa shore of the Mississippi, 30 miles in width, the sum of $30,000, payable within 10 years, was agreed to be paid. 5 years later, the first real Dakota mission was established. The honor belongs to the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. The missionary force, after some time, consisted of 2 ministers, 4 female white teachers, and 1 native teacher. After 20 years' uninterrupted labor, the establishment counted 46 converts and 54 pupils attending school. How hopeful, despite such apparently slight results, the directors were. A few extracts from the official reports to the American Board of Commissioners will show. The incumbent of the Hazelwood Mission, Minnesota, writes on October 21, 1856, "No Dakota school has been kept up at this station. About a year since our female boarding school went into operation. In connection with this, an English school has been kept up during the entire year. This school, not intended to be large, has ranged from 8 to 10 during the year. As yet they have been chiefly half-breeds. There is more difficulty in obtaining full-blood Dakota girls than we anticipated. I have no doubt, however, we shall finally succeed." The following is from the report of the Reverend S.R. Riggs, Dakota Indian Agent. "We congratulate ourselves and our Dakota friends on the formation of a new Dakota band on the principle of education, labor, and the adoption of the dress and habits of white men. This we regard as the gathering up of our missionary efforts for the last 20 years. It is a small beginning, but I regard it as the nucleus of an extensive movement in the right direction among the Dakotas." Footnote: The Reverend Mr. Riggs has the merit of having given to the world the first Dakota grammar and dictionary, a most valuable work. There is quite a Dakota literature, consisting of school books, translation from the scriptures, even a newspaper, etc. From the school reports, it would appear that there are not many full-blood Dakotas able to read these works. A cruel disappointment was in store for the patrons of this mission. Among those Dakotas that had adopted the dress and habits of white men was a young chief named Little Crow. He held a conspicuous position among the converts, had a house built for him and a farm cultivated, at the expense of the tribe. He wore pantaloons, dress coat, and silk hat, up to August 17, 1862, on which day he devoutly assisted at the sermon. On the following morning he appeared in the costume of a brave, painted and plumed, to inaugurate, at the head of 1,300 warriors, the massacre of that memorable year. Footnote: For the above particulars concerning Little Crow, we are indebted to one of the Jesuit fathers of Mankato, Minnesota, C. Die Katholischen Missionen, Illustrated Monthly, July 1876. We cannot and need not stop to examine into the causes of that lamentable event, which, after all, happened quite opportunely for the lovers of broad acres in the fertile valley of the St. Peters. For the natural consequence of the Dakota insurrection was the removal of the Minnesota bands farther west. Did the envoys of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions follow their little flock, or what remained of it, to their new homes in Dakota? We are unable to answer the question. At all events, if their labors since then have not been crowned with better success than they were previously, Protestant Christianity can scarcely be expected to reclaim and civilize that wild, nomad people. Will the United States government be able to do it without the aid of religion? An able Eastern publicist who, as a champion of liberty and justice for all downtrodden races, has a full share of sympathy also for the red man, recommends to Congress, as the only feasible solution of the difficulty, to deal with the Indians as a body of American citizens, to give them sufficient lands wherewith to support themselves, to furnish them with implements of agriculture, and send men among them who will instruct them in all the arts of civilized life. Footnote: The Irish World, August 19th. This will never succeed with the Dakotas unless, indeed, the men sent be of the race of those that, long ago and gradually, weaned a part of the Western Algonquins from the pride, the indolence, the selfishness, and the superstitions of paganism, and thus prepared them for contact with European civilization. The transition from the wild hunter state to that of the agriculturist is a step of immense difficulty, which the prairie tribes will not be able to take without the inspiration and supernatural helps of religion. This they themselves appear to feel with the instinct of self-preservation. Hence their persevering and pressing calls for the Catholic black gown. It is not of late only they have asked for him. For the last 30 or 40 years they have entreated us to take pity on them. About this fact there can be no question. But why has the United States government not given them the teachers they asked for? Or rather, why did these teachers not go to the Dakotas? For to tell the truth and be just, until quite recently there was equal or almost equal freedom for all to go. In order to answer that serious but also very delicate question fairly and becomingly, we must crave the reader's patience for a short time. Instead, however, of speaking ourselves, we shall introduce two spokesmen of the highest authority, one of them among the noblest representatives of the American hierarchy, the other of our regular clergy. 43 years ago, the Demosthenes of the early church in America, Bishop England of Charleston, during a short stay at Vienna, addressed to the president of the Leopoldine Mission Society a very interesting summary of the state and progress of the Catholic Church in the United States of North America. In this little treatise, he says, in regard to the Indian mission, great expectations were entertained in Europe concerning the conversion of innumerable Indians. Footnote: We translate from the German of the Annals of the Leopoldine Society. The italics are our own. Those who conceived such hopes had no opportunity to become acquainted either with the state of our own people or with that of the aborigines of America. In the first place, we were in want of priests to send on missions according to our own desire. Indeed, if with all our endeavors we were unable to satisfy the demands of the existing Catholics who called for the sacraments, we could not be expected to run in preference after those who had never heard of the name of Christ. Should anyone not be satisfied with this explanation, let him consider the following. What would you think of the common sense of a priest who would leave children without baptism, his flock without mass, his penitents without the means of reconciliation, and the dying without the helps of religion? Who would abandon new converts and old confessors of the faith because they are white, merely for the happy possibility of gaining savages to the faith or imbuing some Indians with a few notions of Christianity? Deprived of means, as we were, we could not pursue both objects. We would rather consolidate and preserve the real good entrusted to our care than lose everything by dividing our feeble forces. But now that our seminaries are established and our means increase, we shall soon be able to take care of both the whites and of the red aborigines. In the second place, the political state of the Indians has thus far been exceedingly precarious. No one could tell how long such or such a tribe would remain on its grounds, and, generally speaking, it would not have been opportune to undertake their conversion as long as those savages remained in their existing relation to the whites, that is, jealous and hostile, rather than friendly disposed. But now they are able to leave their homes among the whites and to be withdrawn from the jurisdiction of several states. After their transportation to different territories, they will be placed under the protection of the general government. This will give the bishops a good opportunity at their next provincial council, and these are frequently held among us, to take proper action to make the conversion of the Indians a common cause in which all will cooperate and for which a part of the means coming to us from Europe will be employed. This absolves the American Church previous to 1833 or thereabout. No one could speak with a fuller knowledge of the subject than the learned and wise prelate, who himself had led, and as a bishop still led, the life of a missionary among a well-scattered Catholic population. A little incident, however, that seems to have bearing on the same question here comes to our recollection. 3 years before Bishop England wrote that summary, a zealous and gifted young priest, only 4 months from Europe, traveled from Cincinnati to Detroit, visiting on his way many scattered Catholics, and administering the sacraments to the shepherdless flocks in Miamisburg and Dayton. He was destined for the Indian mission, but the abandoned state of those poor white children of the Church, and of so many other souls who he thought might be gained for God, if they only had the truth announced them, so deeply moved him that for some time he seriously entertained the thought of requesting his bishop to allow him to remain in those regions as a traveling missionary. And had he acted upon this inspiration, or rather yielded to the temptation, and had this bishop agreed to the request, the Catholics of Ohio would have had reason to congratulate themselves. That priest would certainly have done a great amount of good among them. But another work would have been left undone, whose magnitude bears scarcely any proportion to whatever he might have accomplished among the whites of Ohio. The name of the zealous young priest was Frederick Baraga, but for him, humanly speaking, the Ottawa mission would have been nipped in the bud. The Ojibwa mission of Upper Michigan and Minnesota would never perhaps have been begun. For, with scarcely an exception, those that followed him in both these missions were attracted by his letters and his zeal. They built on foundations laid by him, being at the same time immensely helped by his Indian writings. And what is still more to our purpose, when the influx of the whites began in the regions evangelized by him, they not only had no trouble whatever with the Indians, but the thousands of Catholics among those newcomers, instead of being for years exposed to the usual dangers of religious abandonment, were at once regularly visited and soon provided with pastors and churches. The thought of what the going among the Dakotas 40 years ago of some other Baraga, and of his staying with them and drawing others after him, in odorum uguentorum suorum, would, with divine assistance, have accomplished, and what it would have prevented from being done, is simply overwhelming. But why did no one go, or rather, no one stay among that tribe, after the conditions set down by Bishop England were fulfilled? Was there any opposition on the part of the government? Did any other insurmountable obstacle exist? Was the soil considered too barren, or was there no hope of producing fruits in any way proportionate to the pecuniary and personal sacrifices demanded? To these questions, the letters of one of the few who labored as transient visitors among the Dakotas and other northwestern tribes will furnish the answer. In the year 1848, the Las Casas of North America, Father de Smet, made an excursion to the upper Missouri for the express purpose of studying the disposition of the Dakotas, and ascertaining what hopes might be entertained in regard to the establishment of a mission among them. The result of his inquiries and the impressions received on his journey are embodied in a series of letters to the directors of the Association for the Propagation of the Faith in Lyon and Paris. Footnote: see Western Missions and Missionaries, a series of letters by the Reverend P.J. de Smet of the Society of Jesus, New York, James B. Kirker, 1863. From them we quote: "It is a quite common observation, and I myself heard it offered by several persons, that the religious as well as the social condition of the Indians of those regions is in no wise capable of amelioration. I am far from participating in this opinion. Let the obstacles arising from the people who style themselves civilized be removed. Let all trade in ardent spirits, that deadly scourge of the Indian, be prevented. Let missionaries be sent, whose zeal is prompted only by the love of our divine Master, and with no object but the happiness of the poor souls entrusted to their care, and I am confident that in a short time we should have the consoling spectacle of a sensible improvement among them. My personal observations serve as a foundation for these hopes. I have had frequent interviews with the Blackfeet, the Crows, the Assiniboines, the Heresies, and the Sioux. They have always lent the most marked attention to all my words. They have ever listened to the holy truths which I preached to them with extreme pleasure and a lively interest. They entreated me with the most captivating ingenuousness to take compassion on their miseries, to establish myself among them, promising to join a faithful practice to the knowledge of the truths I should impart to them. Among the Indians of the great American desert, I never found even one who presumed to rail against our holy religion. As to agriculture, considered as a means of civilization, its introduction will always be difficult among the Indians, as long as there remains to them a hope of procuring buffaloes or other wild animals. It would prove, in my opinion, a chimera to pretend to introduce this branch of industry among them on an extensive scale in the beginning. We know, however, by experience that although little habituated to the fatigue of the assiduous labor that farming requires, some tribes have already attempted to cultivate their little fields. This step taken each year, according to the abundance of the increase, the limits of these little fields might be extended. Like their brethren who reside west of the Rocky Mountains, they would become more and more attached to the soil whose productions would be the result of their toil. Their roving habits, the wars which often spring from them, would insensibly give place to a more peaceable and domestic life. The animals which they would raise, replacing the buffalo, would insensibly efface its memory amid surrounding plenty. There are among these Indians several hundreds of children of mixed blood, whose parents are anxious that means of instruction should be afforded them. To attain this, schools and establishments would be necessary, in which agriculture could be learned, and also many children of pure Indian blood could be received, as the heads of families are desirous of confiding them to the care of the missionaries. A few statistics will give you an idea of the good which might be done among these Indians. Among the Blackfeet, Father Point and myself baptized more than 1,100 children. Among the Gens de Sang, a tribe of Blackfeet, Monsieur Thibault baptized 60. The Reverend Monsieur Belcourt of Red River visited Fort Berthold on the Missouri and baptized a good number of the children of the Mandans. All the savages presented him their children for baptism. Father Hocken, in an excursion made among several tribes on the Missouri, baptized over 400 persons. Monsieur Ravoux, who visited some tribes of Sioux in 1847 and penetrated as far as Fort Pierre, was listened to everywhere with a consoling eagerness and baptized a great many children. In my late tour among the Sioux, Poncas, etc., I baptized more than 300 children and several adults. Footnote. In regard to those children, the saintly and heroic Father Christian Hocken, S.J. wrote in 1850 to his superior in St. Louis, "Do not imagine that the number of these poor children, all baptized by Father de Smet and others, is insignificant. The half-breeds exist in great numbers everywhere, with thousands of Indians. Must all these children, of whom several thousand have already received holy baptism, perish for want of instruction? Are they doomed to remain sitting in the shadow of death? May I not announce to them all the previous tidings of vocation to grace? I trust in God's mercy the day of their deliverance is at hand, that they will soon perceive the aid of the Savior and Redeemer. My daily prayer is, above all at the holy altar, that their expectation and frequent appeals may at length find fulfillment." In another letter, the same father relates, "The Brules, the Yanktons, and the other Sioux tribes, assembled in council, said, 'The missionaries shall not perish with hunger among us. We will bring them an abundance of buffalo robes and buffalo meat, so that they can purchase clothes for the children who will be confided to them. And then he continues, "For the love of God and of souls, I conjure you, Reverend Father, not to defer any longer. All the good that Father De and others have produced by their labors and visits will be lost and forgotten if these Indians are disappointed in their expectations. They weigh men's characters in the balance of honesty. In their eyes, whosoever does not fulfill his promises is culpable. They do not regard or consider whether it be done for good reasons or that there is an impossibility in the execution. Some of them have sent their children to Protestant schools, and they will continue to do so long as we form no establishment among them." The same father's journey to the Great Desert in 1851 is also a rich depository of thought and information pertinent to our purpose. In the fifth of the letters descriptive of that journey, after a few words on the ignorance, idolatry, sloth, and other vices of the prairie tribes, Father De remarks, "And still, amid this ocean of miseries, they feel an indescribable need of invoking a power superior to man. They listen attentively to any instruction which reveals to them the means of procuring his favor, and gives them information of his attributes. They love the missionary, and ever listen to him with delight, and in his quality of priest they receive him with friendship and respect. To judge by the respect and friendship shown me as a priest, on all occasions, by the Indians on the upper Missouri, I am satisfied that if a few zealous priests were stationed here, these Indians would soon become generous Christians, full of zeal and ardor for the glory of our God and his holy law. They would know their Father who is in heaven, and him who he has sent on earth. They would become faithful disciples of the Redeemer, who so ardently desires the salvation of all, and who did not disdain to shed his blood for them on the cross." In the 9th letter of July 28, 1854, he writes, "Vocations, alas, are still extremely rare. We must have ecclesiastics from Europe to go to the aid of the benighted Indians, who are without guide or pastor, and always desirous and anxious for them." Quotations could be multiplied almost ad infinitum, but these suffice. The last extract gives us the key to the solution of the whole question. Vocations are extremely rare. The road was open, the welcome sure, and the harvest certain, but they asked for bread, and there was none to break it to them. Will the lesson of this summer open our eyes? Among the warriors that gather around Sitting Bull, himself, it is reported, baptized by Father De there are the young men over whose heads, when children, the fountain of regeneration has flowed, but whose minds have been left in the darkness of paganism. Shall we go on recounting what we have done among the Indians, and inveighing against the injustice of our government and the corruptions in high places that perpetuate Indian troubles and threaten the extinction of the race? Perhaps if we humble ourselves and confess our own share in the tremendous responsibility, there will be given us at the end of this present war a better opportunity than ever to enter upon the long-neglected field of the Dakota Mission, and procure for that tribe, should it be doomed to destruction, at least the benefit of a national euthanasia. To obviate their final demise may not be in our power, but we may, with God's help, do something to prevent their dying in paganism. There is a germ of hope in the existence of a young Catholic Dakota mission at Fort Totten, with a residing priest and a school under Sisters of Charity of Montreal. Its influence on the temporal progress of the Indians that belong to it has already been favorably noticed by the press. Vivat, fioriat, crescat. May the future of this mission be the fulfillment of the hopes of Allouez, Driet, and Marest. Footnote. The above had left the writer's hands when information was received that at last one of the older orders is about opening an Indian mission in Dakota Territory. If the report proves true, a great step towards the solution of the Indian question will have been taken. Appendix to the foregoing article. A comparative vocabulary of the Dakota language and the non-Aryan tongues of India. Literature. 1. Grammar and Dictionary of the Dakota Language, collected by the members of the Dakota Mission, edited by Reverend S.R. Riggs, A.M., Washington City, published by the Smithsonian Institute, 1852. 2. A Comparative Dictionary of the Languages of India and High Asia, with a dissertation by W. W. Hunter, B.A., M.R.A.S., London, Trubner and Company, 1868. Remarks. The diacritical marks in both the Dakota and the languages of India will have to be omitted for the want of type. Wherever essential, the defect will be supplied by a change in the orthography. All the vowels have the Italian sound, G always the hard sound. In the Dakota, NG gives the preceding vowel a nasal sound. The first word in each line is Dakota. Abbreviations. S&T, Siam and Tenasserim, CI, Central India, SI, Southern India, CHF, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, A and B, Arakan and Burma, B, Bengal. All words not thus marked belong to dialects spoken in Nepal. Ahi, to bring. Kusunda, ahi. Appa, to strike. Kamti, Siam and Tenasserim, po. Amoy, pa. Bota, to kill. Rajmahli, Central India, pita. Etaku, to take. Vayu, doko. Kurumba, Southern India, tegi. Manyak, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, dango. Hiyo, to come. Tochu, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, hai. Segan, Karen, Siam and Tenasserim, hai. Iha, to laugh. Kiranti, iya. Iotanka, to sit down. Singpo, Bengal, dungu. Sibsagar, Miri, Bengal, dutoka. Tibetan, hudug. Ku, to give. Namsang Naga, Bengal, ku. Nahon, Nakhyong, to hear. Gaukaran, Siam and Tenasserim, nahu. Pwokaran, Siam and Tenasserim, nahgung. Uwa, to come. Tharu, awa. Newar, wa. Ya, to go. Denwa, ya. Sokpa, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, yabu. Gurung, yad. Manyak, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, yu. Sanskrit, ya. Yukchang, to understand. Thochu, Chinese Frontier and Tibet, akchan. Chepa, fat. Gurung, choba. Waling, chipto. Chikadang, small. Nuwar, chigo. Padi, chigid hagu. Basque, chiki. Didita, hot. Chepang, dahato. Chur asya, dari. Kuswar, tato. Duta, red. Chepang, doto. Kata, hot. Talain, Siam and Tenasserim, kata. Rutluk, Central India, kasta. Irula, Southern India, kaja. Katkudang, short. Denwa, kato. Singpo, Bengal, kutun. Madame Data, flat. Naugong Naga Bengal Matam, Tengsa Naga Bengal Madamka, Mudokita weary, Ho Central India Tagautea weariness, Paco crooked, Sunwa Bango, Waling Bango, Nuwa Beko, Denwa Banka, Saka raw, Dimal Bengal Sinka, Chinese Sang, Sapa black, Tuluva Southern India Kappa, Skuya sour, Lampichong Suyukha, Yaka Suha, Sni cold, Angami Naga Bengal Si, Tanka great, Dimal Thamka, Nuwar Tagu, Chingtangya Thekha, Tehang long, Nuwa Taha, Pahri Tahagu, Giyami Chinese frontier and Tibet Thangti, Ape Wapa leaf, Nuwa Lapte, Sunwa Sapha, Chung tree, Chingtangya Sang, Waling Sangu, Chongku road, Sokpa Chinese frontier in Tibet Cham, Angami Naga Bengal Cha, Chaponka mosquito, Pakya Poka, Cheku Uka skin, Dumi Kaling Saka, Rongchengbung Hokwa, Hi tooth, Yakha ha, Hokuwa fish, Ho Kol Mundata Central India Haku, Hing hair, Deoria Chutya king, Hu bone, Kusunda kou, Vayu ru, Chinese ku, I mouth, Thulungya si, Ihti sta oil, fat, grease, Magar sidi, Ina mother, Yaka Munipuri Ima, Ho Central India Enga, Maka earth, Kiranti Rukinbung Lohorong etc. Bakha, Waling Pakha, Nagpa Noge ear, Thochu Nuch, Sunwa Nopha, Manyak Napi, Murmi Nape, Margar Nakiep, Tulungya Nokfla, Lochrong Naba, Nape hand, Bhutani Iapa, Odongwe village, Yongthu Siam and Tenasserim Dung, Rodong Tungma, Waling Tung, Paha mountain, Denwar Pakha, Siha foot, Dumi Siab, Kalin Siyal, Wakie bird, Tulnoa Southern India Haki, We blood, Chepang Wei, Vayu Sikkim, Vi, Mru Arakan and Burma, Wi, Burman Swe, Akan above, Namsang Naga Bengal, Akhonang, Kami Akungbe. Dehan, today. Santali, Central India. Deheng. Mundala, Central India. Tehin. Detu, here. Bhutani, dite. Horpa, udu. Chinese, tite. Brahue, dade. Etang hung, from. Kiranti, danka. Rungchungbong, danka. Abormiri, odankang. Hang, ho, yes. Waling, han an. Kol, Central India, han. Santali, Central India, hung. Magar, ho. Pakya, ho ho. Hiya, no. Deoria, Jultia, hoi a. Kyung, Arakan and Burma, hiya. Japanese, iya. Ka, and. Tharu, ka. Pahri, ka. Chensu, Central India, ke. Kehang, when. Chensu, Central India, kekan. Sunwar, gena. Denwar, kan hin. Kiyedang, near. Tamil, Irula, Malabar, Southern India, Kita. Kuya, below. Uraon, Central India, Kiya. Waling, Akhu Kyu. Nakaha, now. Mundala, Central India, Naha. Kalin, Anagna. Ota, much. Sangpan, Otto. Santali, Central India, Atua. Vayu, Hata, how much. Tehang, far. Chepang, Diang to. Doketu, how. Nachereng, dakto. Wangna, now. Belali, hogno. Is, iye, he. Kusunda, isi. Denwar, I. Tuluva, Southern India, aye. Chinese, yi. Malay, iya. Mish, ma, I. Sokpa, mi. Pakya, ma. Dari, ma, I. Nish, niye, thou. Kota, Southern India, niye. Uraon, Central India, ni an. Kiami, ni. Chinese, ni. Nita, thine. Giami, ni ti. Telegu, nidi. Chinese, ni ti. Taku, what? Rodong, tako. Dongmali, tigo. Waling, tikwa. Taku, anything. Manyak, taka. Kekadi, Central India, yedagao. Ungkita, hour. Badaga, Southern India, yengadu. Waling, ang kapik. Dongmali, ang chaga. Ungkiye, we. Rungchungbung, ungkan. Kiranti, ankan. Churasya, unguticha. Wangji, one. Madi, Central India, wandi. Rutluk, woodi. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by rroderick. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. How Shall We Meet the Scientific Heresies of the Day, Part 1. European Civilization, Protestantism and Catholicity Compared, by Reverend J. Balmes, Baltimore, Murphy and Company, 1866. History of Civilization, by F. Guizot, New York, D. Appleton and Company, 1850. It has not been more than 7 years ago since it was generally and confidently represented that the Catholic Church was an effete institution whose days of usefulness had passed, and which lacked only some exigency to demonstrate the utter absence in her of any principle of stability. This was so signally manifest as to justify the successive predictions that the convening of the Ecumenical Council and the definition of the dogma of infallibility would amply suffice to resolve her into 1,000 discordant elements. That she did not so collapse, that she presented to view a unity of spirit and of action unprecedented in the history of the world, bespeaks in her a reprehensible defiance of the laws of existence which those interested in the study of her decadence were pleased to assign her. Of late years, since the adjournment of the council, we have not been favored with any of these gloomy predictions. The shoe now appears to pinch the other foot. The greatest danger to the liberties of mankind and to the advance of the intellect is to be apprehended from the existence of an institution which has lately given such signal proof that she has lost none of the vigor which she displayed during the Middle Ages. She is averse to innovation. She is the great impediment to the progress of civilization. Therefore, she must be remorselessly attacked. Attack follows attack from every quarter, and even the circumstance that her enemies oppose her with theories mutually irreconcilable does not seem to impair in the least the harmony of the onslaught. They fraternize in the face of the common foe, as cordially as hearts that beat as one. The melancholy burden to which all these attacks are attuned is that she wantonly opposes the generous spirit of every age. This solemn dirge, caught from their unhappy master, breaks out in mystic refrain at every utterance. She disclaims the imputation and appeals to her own professions and to the record of ages. The only response she has vouchsafed is, thought, thought, thought. To this entity they pay divine honors, make it the infallible arbiter of truth and falsehood, of good and evil, and when it tricks them, makes sport of their longings, refuses to aid them, and casts them upon the shores of the unknowable, they even then dare not question its right to an apotheosis, but, in awe and trembling, sink their voices to a whisper, and increase their adoration by bowing down before their God with all the fervor shown by a savage to his fetish. It is a source of unfeigned regret that the adversaries of the Church should differ with us. But how is it to be remedied? Most assuredly not by following their suggestions, for were it consistent with our principles to reconcile the Church with modern thought, we would be unable to conceive by what means we should bring it about. If she adopted the tenets of one set of philosophers, she would still retain the undying hatred of the 1,001 other schools which are united together only by the bond of a common opposition to her. Even our newly made brethren, finding their occupation gone, would cherish for her no kindly feelings, but one by one silently steal away to the camps of the allied forces. And so on, mutatis mutandis, until she had swung the whole circuit, all her efforts at reconciliation brought to naught. The one department of knowledge in which the least successful attack has been made is that styled the philosophy of history. It has been found impossible to gainsay the importance of the Church as a factor in the development of civilization. Each unfriendly writer is constrained to say a word in her favor, and the most amusing feature is that we need only to extract from the tomes of each of them the several tributes which they respectively pay to the genius of the Church, and marshal them in array, and there will be found to be absolutely no room left for the operation of other causes. The reason is that each of these masters of philosophy of history is more than honest in assigning a specific influence to the Church, in order to wing his hostile shaft with a show of impartiality. The result is that the aggregate effect of this politic generosity is wholly to preclude the concurrence of those natural factors which we all know played prominent parts in the progress of civilization. These theories of civilization all gain in attractiveness and repute in proportion as they wear the livery of heterodoxy. The degree of departure from Catholic truth constitutes the measure of the ability which they severally display. Conspicuous among those engaged in the task of distorting facts to the prejudice of Catholicity is Monsieur Guizot. To consummate an art is not to recognize that it is from the true purpose of misrepresentation to bestow unqualified censure upon that which he would attack. He adroitly and skillfully insinuates, here and there, among the encomiums which he pays to the Church, masterly and delicate touches which, well worked up, develop by a seemingly fair process into the grand denouement which he has had ever in view, viz., that out of the needs and shortcomings of Catholicity was normally evolved Protestantism. We desire here to draw attention to one of these preparations for the attainment of his brilliant climax. He says, "All this seemed greatly in favor of the Church, of its unity, and of its power. While, however, the popes of Rome sought to usurp the government of the world, while the monasteries enforced a better code of morals and a severer form of discipline, a few mighty, though solitary individuals, protested in favor of human reason, and asserted its claim to be heard, its right to be consulted in the formation of man's opinions. The greater part of these philosophers forbore to attack commonly received opinions, religious creeds. All they claimed for human reason was the right to be heard. All they declared was that she had the right to try these truths by her own tests, and that it was not enough that they should be merely affirmed by authority. John Erigena, or John Scotus as he is more frequently called, Roscelin, Abelard, and others, became the noble interpreters of individual reason when it now began to claim its lawful inheritance. It was the teaching and writings of these giants of their days that first put in motion that desire for intellectual liberty which kept pace with the reform of Gregory VII and St. Bernard. If we examine the general character of this movement of mind, we shall find that it sought not a change of opinion, that it did not array itself against the received system of faith, but that it simply advocated the right of reason to work for itself, in short, the right of free inquiry. The importance of this first attempt after liberty, or this rebirth of the spirit of free inquiry, was not long in making itself felt. Though busied with its own reform, the Church soon took the alarm and at once declared war against these new reformers, whose methods gave it more reason to fear than their doctrines. Pages 147 through 148. Guizot here intimates that not only does the Church require our belief in her dogmas, but that in outrageous violations of the freedom of thought, she prescribes the very operations of the mind in assenting thereto and in comprehending them, that she furnishes the very logic by which we are bound to harmonize them with the relations of the natural order, that she enjoins upon us the principles upon which rests a reciprocal dependence, that she reprobates the practice of using other methods even though they should lead to orthodox results, and in fine, that she authoritatively maps out all the highways, byways, lanes, and footpaths of the whole domain of thought, so as wholly to preclude all originality or progress in the natural order. He charges that it was the exercise of reason otherwise than in the approved grooves, and not merely the perversion of essential doctrines, which she feared. He contends that the Church discountenanced and feared any departure from the set canons of logic, however innocent of heresy or of schism such a course might be. To judge from Guizot's portrayal of the character of this intellectual movement, one would presume that a philosopher in the Middle Ages, or by implication now, dared not propound to himself a speculative problem such as, given certain established principles of the natural order, what is the conformity of the philosophic result with a certain dogma? But that dogma, philosophic result, and mode of attaining that result were alike given by the Church and to be followed by the faithful under peril of temporal and eternal damnation. In refutation of Guizot's skillfully preferred declaration that Erigena, Roscelin, and Abelard forbore to attack commonly received opinions, religious creeds, that they sought not a change of opinion and did not array themselves against the received system of faith. Balmes adduces evidence to the contrary, so conclusive that Guizot's knowledge of history can only be vindicated at the expense of his good faith. Balmes shows beyond all possibility of question that these individuals held and maintained doctrines which were in direct and unmistakable conflict with the most salient dogmas of the faith, and that it was for stolidly persisting in the dissemination of these errors, and for that alone, for which they were condemned. Erigena broached and maintained erroneous doctrines on the subject of the Eucharist, of predestination, and of grace. Rosalind called into question the sacred mystery of the Trinity. Abelard held and maintained the opinions of Arius on the Trinity, those of Nestorius on the Incarnation, and those of Pelagius on grace. All this, says Balmes, did not merely tend to a radical change of doctrine, but actually was one. The gravamen of Guizot's charge is plainly expressed in the sentence wherein he says, "Their methods gave her, the Church, more reason to fear than their doctrines." Now the Church prescribes no method. Methods rise and fall in the Church as elsewhere, spring into existence, coexist, attain to greater or less influence, and fall into desuetude. The history of the Catholic Church is a history of methods, and in this review even can be discerned the impress, respectively, of the scholastic, Platonic, and modern or so-called scientific method. The Platonic, the Neoplatonic, the scholastic, the scientific, with all their countless shades and modifications, have ruled and swayed the intellects of the Church. The beauty of Catholic thought is that, having fixed principles of belief, it is able, upon any method, to attain to a scientific coherency impossible with those beaten about by the waves of thought which ever threaten submersion, when not regulated by some compass or rudder. It has been asserted that the belief in revelation and in the authority of the Church restricts and cramps the exercise of the intellect. With equal propriety could it be alleged that the use of the compass militates against the operation of the laws of the elements. Thought is not the less free because it is enlightened. The Church requires the acceptance of the credenda, but it matters not to her whether the dogmas essential to salvation are received in gross, or whether they are marshaled in conformity with the analytic, synthetic, scientific, or other views of philosophy. True it is, she at times favors the pursuance of a special method, but she condemns none. Truth is one, and the very fact that a course constitutes a method implies that it possesses some of the coherency and consistency of truth. If then the principles which give body and form to a method are examined and followed out, the result must be the confirmation of Catholic doctrine. A variety of methods now obtain in the Church and coexist with perfect harmony of belief. The motto of the Church is In necessaris unitas, in dubis libertas. One school comprises those who contend that our general ideas are furnished by the mind alone, that they are directly seen by the mind and are acquired neither through the senses nor by reflection. The genius of this school is synthetic, and deeming itself endowed a priori with principles which underlie all knowledge, it regards as feasible the scientific explication of the nexus subsisting between the natural and the supernatural, and the formation of the two orders and their mutual relations into a synthetic whole. Those of another school declare that the natural intellect cannot acquire ideas independently of sensation. They contend that as our modes of thought, criteria, and canons of logic are the outcome of the natural order, they can acquaint us with the supernatural only in distinct and separate sections, and not to the extent necessary to enable us to embrace it within a synthesis, or to apprehend scientifically the nature of the nexus which binds the whole. They concede that the Creator's work form a complete and harmonious whole, and that the natural has its complement or fulfillment in the supernatural. They contend, however, that it is impossible to gauge the relations of the two orders with anything like precision, and deny that the knowledge of the supernatural is susceptible of a continual and indefinite progress, corresponding with the advancement of our knowledge of philosophy. Although these methods, as above given, are not in perfect harmony with the prevailing tone of philosophic thought in the Church, they are yet permissible. The Church has ever deemed it wise and just to refrain from any condemnation of a method, however much it may fail to chime in with the views of the major portion of her doctors. If, however, the method tolerated works out a result in conflict with any portion of her sacred deposit of truth, she visits with her censure the incongruous product, but leaves the rest of the method as much intact as it is compatible with the truncation of its condemned corollary. This policy is impartially extended to the method for which she may display a preference. It is not the exercise of the intellect in a manner productive of heretical results which the Church visits with her censure. It is a promulgation of the resultant fallacy, with a view to disturb the convictions of the faithful, which constitutes the offense. In pursuance of his answer to Guizot, Balmes says, "Still the same confusion of ideas. I have said already, and must repeat here, that the Church has condemned no method. It was not a method, but error that the Church condemned, unless by a method be meant an assault upon the articles of faith, under pretense of breaking the fetters of authority, which is not merely a method, but an error of the very highest import. In reproving a pernicious doctrine, subversive of all faith and denying the infallibility of the See of St. Peter in matters of doctrine, the Church did not put forth any new pretensions. Her conduct has always been the same ever since the time of the apostles, and is the same still. The moment a doctrine is propagated that appears in the least degree dangerous, the Church examines, compares it with the sacred deposit of faith confided to her. If the doctrine is not inconsistent with divine truth, she allows it free circulation, for she is not ignorant that God has given up the world to the controversies of men. But if it is opposed to the faith, its condemnation is irremissible, without concern or regret. Were the Church to act otherwise, she would contradict herself and cease to be what she is, the jealous depository of divine truth. If she allowed her infallible authority to be questioned, that moment she would forget one of her most sacred obligations, and would lose all claim on our belief, for in betraying an indifference for truth, she would prove herself to be no longer a religion descended from heaven, but a mere delusion." The most telling commentary upon Guizot's charge is, that the method for the alleged suppression of which he arraigns the Church is the very method which has been incorporated into her philosophy, and to which she has extended her greatest favors. Those solitary though mighty individuals were not the inaugurators of this mode of thought. Origen lived in the 9th century, wherein philosophy was a strange compound of Grecian eclecticism and Christian ideas, with Platonism acting the role of a coordinating principle. Origen differed with his contemporaries in no respect, save in his heterodox conclusions. The succeeding century was the darkest period of ignorance during the Middle Ages. In the 11th century, in which Rosslin and Abelard flourished, this method of thought had sprung into existence, challenged the attention of the doctors of the Church, and commanded the sympathies of hundreds of the faithful, long before Rosslin or Abelard made their entrance on the intellectual arena. The process of reasoning which it inculcated had been imported from Spain into Catholic Europe by the perusal of the writings of Averroes, Avicenna, and other Moorish philosophers, who had displayed a dialectical superiority over their Christian adversaries by reason of the consistency and beauty of their philosophy. In Rosslin and Abelard's time, however, the introduction of this mode of thought was not complete, but formed only an ingredient in a bizarre mixture of incongruous methods, which were eminently calculated to lead to erroneous results. This method, which Guizot so much lauds, was and is none other than the Aristotelian philosophy, which, at the epoch in question, was fast attaining to the reputation in which the Church afterwards held it. It is indeed the identical method which for nearly 3 centuries has constituted the stock reproach to the Church. Starting with the Stagirite, it found a congenial home with those consummate mathematicians, the Arabians. It was the efficient means by which the Moors were enabled to attain to such progress in the natural sciences. Among the Catholics, its reception was first hailed with pleasure by those engaged in physical investigations. St. Thomas Aquinas, himself brought up in the physical school under the direction of Albertus Magnus, demonstrated its almost infinite capabilities by using it for the elaboration of Catholic doctrine into a symmetrical whole. In the works of the angelic doctor it found its crowning result, and this very method to which Guizot would have us believe the Church was instinctively and irreconcilably averse, shared with the Holy Scriptures the honor of informing the conscience of the Council of Trent. To this method is ascribable whatever of truth or value appears in the labors of Leibniz, Descartes, Bacon, Locke, and the modern scientists. It is a fact which cannot be disguised, that whenever science departs from its true paths, the departure is in a direct ratio with the relinquishment of this method. Platonic ideas then crop out, and truth suffers in proportion. History proves, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this philosophical method which has prevailed in the Church for nearly 8 centuries has conclusively established its applicability to every department of thought. The possession of a suitable method, however, is not sufficient. A knowledge of the field to which it is to be applied is equally necessary. It must be admitted that here in America, our acquaintance with the prevailing controversies is not commensurate with the efficiency of our method. It becomes incumbent on us to guard vigilantly against the springing up of a literature and mode of thought tinctured with modern infidelity. We are all aware how the small Catholic representation we have had in English-speaking countries for the last 3 centuries has suffered the dissemination of prejudices hostile to our religion. We are all sensible of the Augean task involved in the dissipation of that evil. Now this taint with which English and American literature has been sullied by Protestant misrepresentation must not be allowed to repeat itself in another shape. The numberless discoveries now being made in the natural sciences are opening up before us wide vistas of thought, in which those bent on tracing a want of harmony between science and religion are allowed to disport themselves without control or hindrance, and to misinterpret every phenomenon into an argument in favor of infidelity. These men stand at the portals of science and brand with their pernicious stamp every fact as it is developed. They even levy contributions upon the rich treasures of intellectual gold stored amid the tomes of the Middle Ages, and surreptitiously convert them into the current coin of the age, whilst affecting to hold them in supreme contempt. The evil is spreading here in America, silently and slowly, but most extensively. In Europe, the expression of disbelief is, in some degree, a measure of its extent. But in this country it is otherwise. The affected deference to religious prejudices and absence of the spirit of proselytism, which are said to be characteristic of the movement, obtain here more fully. This only increases the danger. There is scarce an intellectual coterie in America in which it is not possible for a person conversant with the signs of the times to discern the extent of the ravages of this deadly gangrene. End of section 73. Section 74 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by rroderick. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. How Shall We Meet the Scientific Heresies of the Day, Part 2. Now, this intellectual activity must not be allowed to pursue the false direction which it is taking. The antidote must be made to develop concurrently with the bane. To our mind, there exists an imperious necessity for the cultivation, in our seminaries, of the mathematical and physical sciences. There is no need or occasion for anything like a change in the method at present prevailing in the Church. That method is the daughter of the natural sciences, and nowhere has it found a more congenial field of action than amid questions akin to those which at present agitate society. Change it not, but extend its application to the complexion of the present time. Let it be recognized that the site of the battlefield has been shifted. Let it be remembered that the intellectual activity of the Church has ever manifested itself in the direction whence the attack came. This has been evident in every age. In the time of St. Thomas, when a spurious Aristotelianism was threatening the faithful, and especially at the epoch of the Reformation, the Society of Jesus then appeared on the scene and combated the evil with the very means by which it was propagated. How far the methods adopted by the Jesuits point the moral indicated in this article, we prefer to let Balmes and Macaulay show. Balmes says, page 269. When we fix our attention on the Institute of the Jesuits, on the time of its foundation, on the rapidity and greatness of its progress, we find the important truth which I have before pointed out more and more confirmed, viz., that the Catholic Church, with wonderful fruitfulness, always furnishes an idea worthy of her to meet all the necessities which arise. Protestantism opposed the Catholic doctrines with the pomp and parade of knowledge and learning, the eclat of human literature, the knowledge of languages, the taste for the models of antiquity, were all employed against religion with a constancy and ardor worthy of a better cause. Incredible efforts were made to destroy the pontifical authority. When they could not destroy it, they attempted at least to weaken and discredit it. The evil spread with fearful rapidity. The mortal poison already circulated in the veins of a considerable portion of the European nations. The contagion began to be propagated even in countries which had remained faithful to the truth. To complete the misfortune, schism and heresy traversing the seas corrupted the faith of the simple neophytes of the New World. What was to be done in such a crisis? Could such great evils be remedied by ordinary means? Was it possible to make head against such great and imminent perils by employing common arms? Was it not proper to make some on purpose for such a struggle, to temper the cuirass and shield, to fit them for this new kind of warfare, in order that the cause of truth might not appear in the new arena under fatal disadvantages? Who can doubt that the appearance of the Jesuits was the answer to these questions, that their institute was the solution of the problem? The spirit of the coming ages was essentially one of scientific and literary progress. The Jesuits were aware of this truth. They perfectly understood it. It was necessary to advance with rapidity and never to remain behind. This the new institute does. It takes the lead in all sciences. It allows none to anticipate it. Men study the Oriental languages. They produce great works on the Bible. They search the books of the ancient fathers, the monuments of tradition and of ecclesiastical decisions. In the midst of this great activity, the Jesuits are at their posts. Many supereminent works issue from their colleges. The taste for dogmatic controversy is spread over all Europe. Many schools preserve and love the scholastic discussions. Immortal works of controversy come from the hands of the Jesuits. At the same time, they yield to none in skill and penetration in the schools. The mathematics, astronomy, all the natural sciences make great progress. Learned societies are formed in the capitals of Europe to cultivate and encourage them. In these societies, the Jesuits figure in the first rank. Macaulay says, chapter 6, when the Jesuits came to the rescue of the papacy, they found it in extreme peril. But from that moment the tide of battle turned. Protestantism, which had during the whole generation carried all before it, was stopped in its progress and rapidly beaten back from the foot of the Alps to the shores of the Baltic. Before the order had existed 100 years, it had filled the whole world with memorials of great things done and suffered for the faith. No religious community could produce a list of men so variously distinguished. None had extended its operations over so vast a space. Yet in none had there ever been such perfect unity of feeling and action. There was no region of the globe, no walk of speculative or active life, in which the Jesuits were not to be found. They guided the councils of kings. They deciphered Latin inscriptions. They observed the motions of Jupiter's satellites. They published whole libraries, controversy, casuistry, history, treatises on optics, archaic odes, editions of the Fathers, madrigals, catechisms, and lampoons. The liberal education of youth passed entirely into their hands and was conducted by them with conspicuous ability. In England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, the education of the clergy is fast being regulated with a view to the correction of the crying evil of the day. The necessity becomes the greater here in America, when we recognize the fact that the Tractarian movement has not as yet spent itself, but is only in abeyance, awaiting the issue of the conflict between Catholicity and infidelity. There are hundreds who are fully convinced that Protestantism is a failure, both logically and practically, but who shrink from the communion with the fold, in fear lest when they resolve one doubt, they shall be confronted with another respecting the creation and moral government of the universe. In this state of hesitancy, One so situated is subjected to influences which insensibly create a bias hostile to religion. Unless he chances to meet with one of those few priests whose intercourse with the current of European thought has led him to the study of these problems, he will probably go away with his doubts undispelled. Not that the priest has not at hand in the form of principle the needed remedy, but because the person in doubt requires a specific application of the principle to his own intellectual difficulties. It is true that the errors of modern thought are not new. They are at bottom nothing more than a revamping of old materialistic heresies under new forms and with a changed terminology, often and long ago exploded. But the necessity of refuting these errors under their new forms and in their relation to the science of today is not, on this account, the less urgent. What will a consideration of the heresies of the Monophysites, the Eutychians, or the Arians avail a person confused by the specious doctrines of modern scientists? Can he counteract the malaria which everywhere surrounds him, and of whose baneful influence he is only vaguely conscious, by listening to a masterly disquisition upon the pernicious effects of the Manichaean heresy? How can tone be given to his mind by a recapitulation of the countless absurdities and evils which emanated from that Pandora box, yclept the Reformation? Of what value to him are those stores of biblical and patristic knowledge which so signally proved their usefulness during and succeeding the Tractarian movement, to dissipate those incipient misgivings which harass and trouble him? No. His ailment, inasmuch as it has taken a different direction, requires a different remedy, having some relation to that which it is designed to correct. The Jesuits, we rejoice to see, are evincing their sense of the greatness of the danger. They are systematizing their efforts in this direction by giving a greater degree of attention to their mathematical and scientific studies. Diverse works have of late appeared, written by members of that society, which give assurance that they are as ever on the alert to counteract the bane with its antidote. Their influence is not to be measured merely by the number of their literary productions. They have numberless youths under their care, and we are of the impression that they are assiduously sowing in their minds seed which will produce a rich crop of usefulness. It has been contended that there is no necessity for any preparation to arrest the oncoming tide of infidelity which apparently threatens to inundate the whole field of science. The reason alleged is that religion has prescription on her side. She has stood for thousands of years, and has ever formed a substratum upon which morality, society, and government have been built. Therefore, the strong presumption of truth is with her, and the onus probandi upon her adversaries, and not upon her. That she cannot be required to answer objections, nor can apparent objections be deemed disproofs until, first, infidelity has attained to the breadth, general symmetry, and legitimate synthetical arrangement which characterizes Christianity; until, second, infidelity has given trustworthy guarantees that it will be able to work good instead of harm to individuals, to society, and to government; third, until there exists a perfect and unanimous agreement among infidels themselves as to the truth of their doctrines. It is further alleged that, as modern infidelity is professedly founded upon the natural sciences, between which and religion there cannot exist any real incompatibility, all that is required is to let infidelity pursue its course, and it will inevitably work out its own condemnation. This argument is a strong one, and no opportunity should be lost to press it home with effect. But it must not be forgotten that many of those whom infidelity is silently and imperceptibly contaminating are incompetent to appreciate the force of an argument which to them is merely technical, and not decisive of the merits. In the interim, whilst availing ourselves of this logical vantage ground, and awaiting the action of the self-corrective power of advancing science, the infidelity of the age will be perverting minds to such an extent as to render the remedy immeasurably more difficult, if not well nigh impossible. The enemies of religion are ceaselessly active. Every department of literature is fast acquiring the impress of irreligion. All the 100 special sciences are being cast in its mold. It is not the falsity of alleged facts which constitute the ground of complaint, nor the suppression of material facts. No, infidelity is conversant with a device worth 1,000 such. It is the adjustment and marshalling of all the facts in such a way as to point inevitably to the conclusion which these infidels are desirous of establishing. They concern themselves only with their major and minor, and lay little or no stress upon the conclusion, well knowing, able dialecticians as they are, that the less said about the conclusion the better, for the reader, if left to draw the conclusion, will invest it with the greater strength, in return for the compliment to his intellect, implied by the writer leaving to him that slight intellectual exertion. Furthermore, the plan takes well, because it is made to appear that it needs not sophistry or eloquence to draw the inference, but that it is the inevitable result of the remorseless logic and irresistible eloquence of facts. The infidelity of this age is not aggressive in appearance. It insinuates its ideas with the craft of the serpent. In every form of literature, preparation is made for the introduction of the virus. Even police court reports cannot give an account of proceedings without the use of terms of expression borrowed from the physical sciences and fraught with disbelief. Everywhere are to be met expressions which carry with them far more than their literal interpretation will bear, and which derive their commentary from the complexion of the times. Other expressions, equally apparently innocent of assertiveness of infidelity, find attrition in the mind with those stored therein before, and the pernicious idea, flashing as a resultant from the impact, is endowed with convincing power, in direct proportion as its factitious relation and designed adjustment has been ingeniously disguised. Thus it is that the very well-springs of thought are insidiously poisoned. The deadly tincture lurks even amid forms of literature whose innocent and peaceful aspect would seem to preclude the possibility of harm. Criticisms upon painting, poetry, sculpture, architecture do not escape the infection. The most generous feelings and best instincts of the heart are perverted and made the agents of their own eradication. Errors are enticingly encrusted with truths, as is the bitter pill with its sugar coating. Novels and romances are prolific of this deadly nightshade. In them are to be found psychological analysis of character, which inculcate principles which, though not repulsive in themselves, are yet, by the manner in which they are instilled, susceptible of an easy and unconscious resolution into further utilitarian, necessitarian, and fatalistic principles which need only other doses of the same too readily furnished pabulum to develop and warp the intellect and taint the moral character. In this way, with diabolic cunning, is the individual slowly prepared for the reception of errors which, before, he would have rejected with horror. These wily advocates of modern thought are too astute to proffer their baneful fruit unheralded. This constitutes the utter absence in them of all spirit of proselytism. They plant only the seed in the minds of those they would seduce. They supply it with congenial soil, and they then leave it to its natural growth. The remedy for this state of affairs is to be found in the scholastic philosophy. The critical genius of that philosophy and the analytic habits of thought which it engenders peculiarly fit it for the contest. The infidelity of the present century differs from that of the last century. In the former age, it concerned itself only with attacking and destroying everything which mankind held most dear. In lieu of that which it endeavored to demolish, it had nothing to offer. This fact constituted one of the causes of its ephemeral existence. In this century, the needs and wants of the intellect, the craving for something tangible and positive to replace that which is subverted, have been recognized and acted upon. Negations do not satisfy the soul. Mankind are not content with this belief. They need a system, something in which they can repose faith. This belief is unable to stand alone. It needs the support of a complementary belief. It is in the appreciation of this fact that we find a prevailing thirst for systems. What finer field could there possibly be for the exercise of the analytic genius of the scholastic philosophy than in the refutation of modern infidelity? Joined to this thought is the consideration that by this dialectical encounter we will be meeting a practical necessity. By creating an intellectual atmosphere that will serve directly as a corrective of the pernicious influences which are insidiously working their way to the souls of thousands whose eternal welfare is thereby endangered. The present is no time for the construction of a science of the relations between theology and these new departments of knowledge. The natural sciences are not as yet ripe for such a step. Even if they were, policy would dictate that we should not so meet the attacks of the enemy. The aggressive or analytic mode of warfare is preferable to the defensive or synthetic mode. It is more in harmony with the tone of our philosophy and is more efficient. For when synthesis is opposed to synthesis, the blow which the weaker receives is by comparison only and not direct, and therefore is not effective. Besides, acting on the defensive involves the necessity of defining our position with respect to every mushroom hypothesis with which our adversaries insult the name of science. If we fail in establishing the harmony by reason of the invalidity of the hypothesis, religion has to shoulder the evil effects incident to the failure. If we appear to succeed, the subsequent refutation of the hypothesis, whose harmony with our convictions we have seemingly established, is adduced as an evidence of the subtle ingenuity with which we can, for the nonce, reconcile even an absurdity with our principles. To illustrate what we mean by this synthetic plan, we have only to refer to the many attempts at the reconciliation of Darwinism with religion, with which many well-meaning but foolish persons are wont to entertain us. A cogent reason for the American clergy assuming the direction of religion's response to this intellectual movement is that laymen are entering the arena, wholly unprepared to treat such problems in the broad and Catholic spirit with which they should be handled. Laymen have regard only to isolated problems, and prejudice religion by resort to a diversity of methods which often mutually clash. Religion is then made responsible for this discordance. Among the clergy this difficulty would not obtain. Unity of method and harmony of attack would flow from the comprehensive spirit imbued into them by community of education and by their acquaintance with the multifold aspects of every problem bearing on religion. The better plan is to meet all our adversaries' attacks upon their own territory. But to contend successfully against the established evil, it is requisite that we should render ourselves familiar with its general complexion, study the sciences which are esteemed its strongholds, adopt its terminology so far as is consistent with our principles, cultivate a readiness in bringing to account its peculiar turns of thought, acquire a knowledge of all the shifts and devices resorted to by the enemy, and turn its weapons against itself. The moral effect of hoisting the engineer with his own petard should not be disregarded. Apart from this, success is more assured when regard is had to the bent and inclination of the minds of those for whom the arguments are intended. No arms are needed other than those to be found in the arsenal of the Aristotelian philosophy. All that is required is to secure their attractive presentation by burnishing them up in conformity with the fashion and taste of the age. In the tomes of the scholastics are to be found principles and canons of controversy sufficient for every exigency which has arisen or which may arise. They need only to be clothed in the current phraseology of the day. Change only the idiom in which they are expressed, and they will meet with a cordial reception from those who are prepossessed against them. As we have before remarked, our adversaries are forestalling us in this respect. All this does not require a thorough and extended acquaintance with all the details of all the natural sciences. What is needed is not so much a knowledge of the natural sciences as a knowledge of their philosophy, a full insight into the mode of thought engendered by their study, and an acquaintance with that mode of thought in all its varied phases. An analytical refutation of the conclusion cannot be achieved without a knowledge of the premises upon which it is claimed to be based. If place is given in our seminaries, theological and lay, to the study of the mathematical and physical sciences, we shall be able to rout the enemy from the field of science by conclusively pointing out in detail, supported by direct evidence, that the doubts which our adversaries conjure up are doubts by reason solely of the imperfect development of the data essential to their dissipation, that the theories in which they would have us believe are not but crude and imperfect hypotheses violative at every stage of the laws and logic of their own mode of thought, that numberless and important hiatus everywhere abound in their boasted discoveries, that many of their laws and canons are not the legitimate outcome of science, that when their laws and canons are the legitimate outcome of science, They complacently ignore them when it subserves their purpose so to do, and substitute therefore canons and laws against which they themselves have, time and again, inveighed, that whenever they aspire above immediate induction and attempt to coordinate the whole field of science with the link of some abstract principle, they not only flagrantly transgress the laws of induction, but in addition fall into material errors which are most glaring, and which they themselves condemn in the most unmeasured terms, that, taking for granted and applying the truth of their condemnation of certain philosophic methods, the subversal of their philosophy inevitably follows, that many of their general ideas which they profess to have acquired by induction insult the very name of induction, and differ from Platonic ideas only in degree, that their generalization far outstrip the accumulation of facts, that their tentative hypotheses usurp all the prerogatives of well-founded and established theories, that their methods outrage the principles of logic as they themselves define them, that they hasten too fast from the analytic to the synthetic method, that they draw general conclusions from too small a number of particular observations and experiments, that they have altogether lost that spirit of rigorous reserve, of strict cautious prudence, so constantly inculcated by Bacon and Descartes, whom they profess to hold in esteem, that they have repudiated positivism, governed by no other motive than that it bound them down too closely to the observance of their own logic, that the concurrent testimony of their own well-established principles is that their philosophy, in so far as it conflicts with religion, is not but a tissue of sophistry and absurdity. The analytic method here indicated is open to none of the objections urged against the clergy taking part in the controversies of the day. It is superior to the synthetic method in this, that a failure never reacts. End of section 74.
Section 75 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Book Notices 39 to 42. Selections from the Talmud, being specimens of the contents of that ancient book, its commentaries, teachings, poetry, and legends. Also brief sketches of the men who made and commented upon it. Translated from the original by H. Polano. Philadelphia, Claxton, Remsen, and Hafelfinger, 1876. 8 VO, pp. 382. The Jews possess two Talmuds, one known as the Talmud of Jerusalem, the other that of Babylon. The former compiled at some period between AD 150 and 300, the second at a much later date, but certainly before the time of the Masoretes. The Talmud of Jerusalem, having special reference to the dwellers in Palestine, never acquired much authority among the Jews outside of the Holy Land. Yet its antiquity gives it some importance, and Lightfoot, amongst others, has used it successfully in illustrating the books and history of the New Testament. It has been superseded by the Talmud of Babylon to such an extent that whenever the Talmud is spoken of without further adjunct, the Babylonian compilation is always understood. This is the book from which come the extracts translated by Mr. Polano, and it would not have been amiss if in the introduction he had mentioned the difference between the two works. But on the contrary, his language, introduction, page 24, is calculated to mislead an ordinary reader, and leave him under the impression that the two books are one, or rather, that there never was more than one Talmud. For he speaks, Ibid, of the Mishnah as completed in the year 220, received in Judea and Babylonia, and tells us on page 25 how it was commented on by Rab Ashi and others. This no doubt is absolutely true, but inasmuch as it leads the reader to suppose that there is but one Talmud, it is scarcely correct. The true state of the case is as follows. Each Talmud is composed of two parts, the Mishnah and the Gemara. The Mishnah, a kind of oral Deuteronomy, as its name implies, and rendered quite correctly by the word Defterosis in the Novelle of Justinian, is the work of Jehudah HaKadosh, head of the school of Tiberias in Palestine. The Gemara is a commentary, or rather a collection of commentaries on the Mishnah. The existence of the Jerusalem Talmud may be said to date from the completion and publication by R. Johanan bar Eliezer of its Gemara towards the year 300, or, as some put it more definitely, about 80 or 100 years after the compilation of the Mishnah. The Jews of Babylonia, when it was introduced amongst them, became soon dissatisfied with the Jerusalem Gemara. They complained of its obscurity and of its being ill adapted to those outside of Palestine, who nevertheless formed the greater portion of the Jewish people. Hence they began commenting on and explaining the Mishnah so as to suit their own condition of exiles in a foreign land. The first to collect these commentaries was R. As, or Ashi, aided by R. Abina, about the middle of the 5th century, but the collection was only completed 73 years after Ashi's death by R. Hosei, chief teacher in the Jewish school of Pumbeditha. This collection, or Gemara, together with the Mishnah, constitutes the Talmud of Babylon, of which the best edition is that of Søren Husis, Amsterdam, 1698 to 1703. The Talmud is a book which may be considered as almost unknown in our country. Even in Europe, the knowledge of its contents is confined to the higher class of biblical scholars. It is falsely imagined by too many that Reuchlin was the first Christian who made a thorough study of the Talmud, and the tale is, of course, willingly accepted by those who believe that the age of great scholars began only with the era of the Reformation. But though Reuchlin was a learned man and a good Catholic, he must not be praised beyond his due. He had many predecessors, amongst whom it is sufficient to mention the illustrious Dominican Raymond Martin, who lived in the 13th century, and than whom few have penetrated farther into the hidden recesses of the Talmud and of rabbinical literature. Though so little is known, the Talmud is a book which should not be neglected. It is a mine of information in regard to all matters connected with Hebrew archaeology, and this in turn throws light on many passages of the Old and New Testaments. And this constitutes its chief value to the Christian student. Any other advantage to be derived from it is principally historical, since in its pages we are enabled to trace the gradual growth and development of those traditions of men, superadded by human caprice to the divine law, so often condemned by our Lord in his gospel, and denounced as an unbearable yoke by the Prince of the Apostles. Acts chapter 15, verse 10. Besides, in a controversial point of view, its study may furnish Christianity with weapons against Judaism, and this use has been made of it successfully by Raymond Martin, Porcher, Gelatinus, and others. Otherwise, the Talmud is a vast mass of incoherent theological and canonical opinions, fanciful legends, pretended historical details, which are mere fables, shameless tales, no less filthy than extravagant, with a large admixture of blasphemy that insults not only our holy religion and its divine founder, but even the saints of the Old Testament, and the Lord God of Israel, whom the Talmudists professed to worship. The curious reader may see specimens of this blasphemous ribaldry with which we could not sully our pages in the second book of the Bibliotheca Sancta of Sixtus Senesis. Any one having Malante's edition, Naples, 1742, which is the best, will find them on page 206 of the first volume. Or, if he wish to consult a more modern author, he will find enough to convince him in Eisenmenger's work entitled Judaism Unveiled. It was on account of these horrible blasphemies that so many copies of the Talmud were burnt between 3 and 4 centuries ago by the ecclesiastical authorities of Germany and Italy. The attention of both people and magistrates had been drawn to them by Jewish converts in books published in the vernacular, and such appeal, being made to the public at large rather than to scholars or church authorities, made severe measures a matter of necessity. This, too, it was that roused the indignation of the Pfefferkorns, Hochstrats, and others to such a pitch that they clamored for an imperial edict which should consign to the flames all Jewish books indiscriminately, with the sole exception of the Bible. But this blind, intemperate zeal was checked by the enlightened policy of the Holy See, which, while perpetually watching over the interests of religion, never forgets that she is also the guardian of whatever is good and wholesome in science and letters. Much of the credit of this victory of good taste and good sense over wild, unreasoning zeal is due to the efforts of the learned Reuchlin. And his victory would have been more complete had it not been tarnished, to say nothing of his own imprudence, by the applause so lavishly showered on him by the disciples of the great revolt against the Church, then beginning in Europe, and especially by that infamous profligate, equally detestable for his life and writings, Ulrich von Hutten. No cause, however good, but is dishonored by such championship. And the just man, even in serving God, may find room to fear that his service is not what it ought to be, when he sees it welcomed with plaudits by those who are enemies of God and man. The absurd fables and blasphemies of the Talmud have given offense not only to Christians, but to Jews likewise. Nor do we speak only or principally of those rationalistic Jews who have exchanged their religion for Freemasonry and infidelity, but of some among their predecessors who were steadfast in their adherence to the law of Moses. Thus, Maimonides, a rabbi of the 12th century and one of the most learned men of modern Judaism, shows a wise discretion which entitles him to great credit. In his commentaries on the Talmud, which are esteemed the best of their class, discarding all the objectionable matter as unworthy of notice, he has confined himself exclusively to the legal and ritual parts of the book. In reprinting the Talmud, Catholic editors thought it expedient to omit the portions of it which assail Christianity, and their example has been imitated by some Protestants. Thus, in the edition printed by Frobenius at Bali, 1678, and in that of Frankfurt on the Oder, 1697, the whole treatise, called Aboda Sara, has been omitted. And it is strange so accurate a writer as Wolff, in his Bibliotheca Hebrea, should have fallen into the mistake of asserting that the Hamburg edition just mentioned contains the Aboda Sara. The translator of the work before us has followed, we are glad to see, the good example of Maimonides. Carefully throwing aside whatever is grossly fabulous, anti-Christian, and impious, he culls from the whole whatever is most pleasant and agreeable in legend, proverb, and parable, and most wholesome in moral teaching, and lays it, sometimes in full, sometimes in abridged form, before his readers. On the whole, he has done his work well and judiciously enough, and taking into consideration that the language into which he translates, as we judge from some passages, is not his native tongue, his English is remarkably good and correct. We do not approve, however, of all that the translator says in his introduction and chronological table, for his facts do not always rest on a strictly historical basis. But we must say for him that he has studiously avoided any expression that might offend Christian ears. The only exception, perhaps, occurs on page 247, where it is said that the death of Maimonides was mourned alike by his own people and by the Gentile. Now, Gentile, in Jewish phraseology, is simply our heathen. We cannot or will not complain that in their creeds and liturgies, and even in their domestic vocabulary, the Jews should call us by the opprobrious name of heathens, Gojim, for such they hold that we are. But social courtesy, it might be supposed, would forbid the use of such terms in a book intended for the perusal of Christians. Yet some good may come of it. Perhaps some grim, self-satisfied Puritan or evangelical, as he stands up before the altar, thanking God that he is not like other men, and especially the deluded victims of Roman superstition, may be chastened in spirit by the remembrance that though in his own opinion he is one of the saints born to rule the earth and enjoy the fullness thereof, nevertheless, in the opinion of many, whose learning and honest conviction he cannot deny, he is merely the brother heathen of the unhappy papist, whose idolatry he so fiercely denounces. The Talmud, like all rabbinical literature, is rich in allegory and parables, which from time immemorial have been in the East the favorite mode of conveying moral instruction. As a specimen, we take the following from Mr. Polano's translation. It contains a good lesson, by which any Christian may profit. A certain man had 3 friends. One of these he loved dearly, the second he loved also, but not as intensely as the first, but towards the third one he was quite indifferently disposed. Now the king of the country sent an officer to this man, commanding his immediate appearance before the throne. Greatly terrified was the man at this summons. He thought that somebody had been speaking evil of him, or probably accusing him falsely before his sovereign, and being afraid to appear unaccompanied before the royal presence, he resolved to ask one of his friends to go with him. First, he naturally applied to his dearest friend, but he at once declined to go, giving no reason and no excuse for his lack of friendliness. So the man applied to a second friend, who said to him, I will go with thee as far as the palace gates, but I will not enter with thee before the king. In desperation, the man applied to his third friend, the one whom he had neglected, but who replied with him at once, Fear not, I will go with thee, and I will speak in thy defense. I will not leave thee until thou art delivered from thy trouble. The first friend is a man's wealth, which he must leave behind him when he dies. The second friend is typified by the relatives who follow him to the grave and leave him when the earth has covered his remains. The third friend, he who entered with him into the presence of the king, is as the good deeds of a man's life, which never desert, but accompany him to plead his cause before the King of Kings, who regardeth not person, nor taketh bribery. Pages 370 through 371. An exposition of the Gospels consisting of an analysis of each chapter and of a commentary, critical, exegetical, doctrinal, and moral, by the Most Reverend Dr. McEvely, Bishop of Galway, Dublin, W.B. Kelly, New York, Benzinger and Bros, 1876. 8 VO pp 675. Volume 1st, comprising the Gospels of St. Matthew and St. Mark. The name of Bishop McEvely is not unknown to biblical scholars. A worthy successor of the Narys, Dixons, and McCarthys, he has already distinguished himself by an exposition of the Pauline and Catholic epistles. The present work, when finished, will complete his commentary on the New Testament, with the exception of the Acts of the Apostles and the Apocalypse, to which we hope the author will next turn his attention. We have not had time to read over carefully the entire work, but we have examined it sufficiently to satisfy ourselves that it is unquestionably a valuable accession to English Catholic biblical literature. Bishop McEvely, following the sensible practice of most Catholic commentators, concerns himself more with the kernel than the shell that encloses it. In other words, busies himself more with investigating the true meaning of the text than with a display of verbal criticism and that far-fetched erudition which is so profusely paraded in the commentaries of heterodox and rationalist interpreters. This pompous show is simply meant to hide their emptiness and want of substance in what is most essential. Our author has quite enough of erudition and critical exegesis to satisfy not only the ordinary reader, but even the biblical student. What, however, he has had principally in view is the doctrinal and moral teaching of the gospel, in drawing which out he is full, and at times perhaps even diffuse. It may be to some a matter of surprise that the good bishop should have found time, amid the onerous and incessant duties of his episcopal office, to compile these massive octavos, of which the Irish Catholic Church may be justly proud. They show evidently that the Catholic clergy of that country cultivate earnestly the study of Scripture themselves, and do their best to facilitate the study for others. And thus they furnish a sufficient answer to the host of ignorant and wicked scribblers who are never tired of repeating that the Catholic clergy of all countries, and especially of Ireland, strive to make of the Bible a hidden or forbidden book, and do their utmost, out of fear, to suppress all knowledge of its contents. None have been louder, none more obstinate and envenomed in reiterating this wicked slander than the ministers of the Irish establishment, now happily extinct. And nothing could be more brazen or shameless on their part, because in thus slandering the Catholic clergy, they are actually, though very unwisely, painting themselves to the life. For of all Protestant churches, and our author calls attention to the fact in his introduction, page 6, the Anglican Irish Church is the only one that has never produced a single biblical scholar. It will not do to quote such names as Bedell, Jebb, Mont, and others to prove the contrary. These were all Englishmen, to whom livings in the Irish Church were assigned by way of reward or encouragement. It is an incontestable fact that no Irish Anglican has ever written a line to illustrate the language of the sacred text or interpret its meaning. Yet they had no lack of time or means, enjoying abundant revenues and having no care of souls to interfere with their studies. There is in the end a brief errata corrige. It would be well to add to it the words "to call" on page 17, line 39. They should read "to be called." Darwinania, Essays and Reviews Pertaining to Darwinism by Asa Gray Fisher, Professor of Natural History, Botany, in Harvard University. New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1876. The literary virtues of this readable book may be extolled. It is neither dull nor heavy. Its perusal demands just that degree of intellectual exertion which is a pleasure, and will attract those who are conversant with the facts of Darwinism, and will be read by all whose culture prompts them to skim the current of modern thought. A fair conception of the scope and object of the work may be derived from the preface. The author therein says it is written by a practical naturalist versed in one department only, viz. Botany. One who is scientifically and in his own fashion a Darwinian, philosophically a convinced theist, and religiously an acceptor of the creed commonly called the Nicene. Some of these pages are written in a lightness of vein not quite congruous with the gravity of the subject and the seriousness of its issues. Some of the essays, however, may redress the balance and be thought sufficiently heavy, if not solid. Long before our last article was written, it could be affirmed that the general doctrine of the derivation of species, to put it comprehensively, has prevailed over that of specific creation, at least to the extent of being the received and presumably in some sense true conception. This applies especially to what may be called deductive evolution, a subject which lay beyond the writer's scope, and to which neither the bent of his mind nor the line of his studies has fitted him to do justice. Thus we are furnished with another contribution to the literature of Darwinism, and yet, giving the writer due credit for his unquestionable ability and for his industrious studies in the department of science to which he has specially devoted himself, we cannot perceive that his book throws much light upon the disputed questions. We do not say this to the disparagement of the author. It would indeed be unfair to expect him, or any other mere physicist, to make any great advance towards a solution of the fundamental questions involved in the debate now going on respecting the origin of the species, their fixity, or their transmutation. Owing to the method employed by physicists in their investigations and speculations, their labors cannot possibly result in anything beyond probable theories. Besides, until more exact definitions are adopted and strictly adhered to by modern scientists, most of their contests resolve themselves in the end into mere logomachies. Moreover, the questions which modern scientists assume to discuss are questions which do not really belong to them. They are outside of and beyond their sphere. To the author's statement in the last sentence we have quoted, many persons will take exception, and justly. Though the tendency is quite general amongst modern physicists to fall in with Darwin, yet to assert that his idea has prevailed over that of specific creation is to claim too much. Not all physicists have as yet become Darwinians, nor have the opponents of Darwinism been reduced to silence. Schools and the Masters of Painting, with an appendix on the principal galleries of Europe, by A.G. Radcliffe. Illustrated, New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1876, 8 VO, pp. 575. The author has given us a book of very pleasant and instructive reading. His judgment of the merits of the old masters are in the main correct, because generally derived from competent authority. After a brief sketch of painting among the pagan nations of antiquity, he traces the history of the art from the period of the catacombs down to our day. Even from this necessarily brief survey, it plainly results, as our author acknowledges, page 58, that the Church and the traditions of the Church were the first motive powers in art as well as in literature. And this is true not only of painting in the early ages of the Church, but also of its Renaissance or Restoration 3 or 4 centuries ago. We should have, at this day, none of those many wonderful triumphs of art which delight thousands of beholders, and serve as models to quicken the genius and direct the progress of disciples, had it not been for the inspiration of religion, the fostering care of the Church, and the enlightened munificence of her spiritual princes. The so-called Reformation dried up the wellspring of religious art, and in the countries that fell under its baleful influence, we find here and there an exceptional case of a painter, but seldom or never one who can aspire to a place near the great masters. It is so usual to find writers outside of the Church scoffing at all that is holy and wonderful in the lives and actions of our saints, that we cannot conceal our surprise and gratification in seeing the calm, dispassionate, almost reverential tone in which Mr. Radcliffe narrates, Chapter 5, the legends of the Blessed Virgin, the Apostles, Saints Sebastian, Lawrence, Cecilia, Agnes, Catherine, and others, whose deeds or sufferings form the most frequent subject of Catholic painting. There is no flippant word, no levity, much less any disposition shown to sneer, and for this, though it be mere justice, we have to thank him. Mr. Radcliffe calls them legends, but there is in them a great deal more of historical truth than he is aware of. Not all that is based on tradition is legendary. It must be either a slip of the pen or of memory that makes him, in one place, class gospel facts under the head of traditions and legends. Speaking of Duccio's entry into Jerusalem, he says, page 75, an animated crowd throngs forth to meet the Redeemer, who rides with dignity on the traditional ass. Now, if the author will only open King James's Bible and look into the 21st chapter of St. Matthew, the 11th of St. Mark, the 19th of St. Luke, and the 12th of St. John, he will find that this incident is no idle fancy, but an historical truth, foretold by the prophet Zechariah and put on record by the 4 evangelists. We fear that Mr. Radcliffe is rusty in his Bible reading and that he has confounded Christ's entry into Jerusalem with his birth in the manger. That an ox and ass were present on the latter occasion rests only on a tradition, rejected by Tillemont, Calmet, and others, but admitted by many good critics and supported by the testimony of St. Jerome, St. Gregory Nazianzen, and other fathers. On page 65 we read as follows. At the close of the 5th century, the Virgin and Child were represented together, not in reference to any divine element in the mother, but to express a belief in the humanity as well as the divinity of the Son, which had been questioned by Nestorian heretics. The reverence paid to the one was, however, soon extended to the other, till both were honored and at last worshipped. Mr. Radcliffe here coolly takes for granted, as if it were an evident, undeniable fact, that the faith of the Church, East and West, as to the honor due the Blessed Virgin, is different now from what it was at the close of the 5th century. The Church of that day, he thinks, recognized no divine element in the mother, but in progress of time it divinized or deified her. Where did he learn this? No doubt he believes in some general way what he says, but this is no excuse, for he ought to know better. Nor will the great judge hold guiltless any man pretending to education who recklessly hurls at his church the foul charge of idolatry, on the mere plea that in childhood he was so taught in the Sunday school or from the pulpit. That the Blessed Virgin is divine or anything more than a creature, however exalted in dignity, was never taught in any creed or doctrinal standard of the Catholic Church. And no man, possessing a conscience or common honesty, should presume to state what our belief is without first consulting them. We invoke her intercession and honor her, for she deserves it, but the honor we give her falls infinitely short of what we give to God. This is what is taught our children in their catechism, and what is taught to those who are one day to be the teachers of the people in their textbooks of theology. End of section 75. Section 76 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Book Notices 43 to 50. Mitchell's New Geographies, J. H. Butler & Co., Philadelphia. Sadlier's Excelsior Series of Geographies, William H. Sadlier, New York. The Comprehensive Series of Geographies, P. O'Shea, Publisher, New York. The progress of geographical knowledge has been very rapid of late years and requires frequent changes, not only in maps but also in the text of school geographies. On the one hand, travelers in countries as yet only partially explored and imperfectly known, particularly in Asia, Africa, and Oceanica, and also, though to a less extent in North and South America, are constantly communicating new and important information as regards the regions they traverse. And on the other hand, the effects of wars and of new political arrangements, and also those consequent upon the developments of peaceful industry, the movement of trade, the diversion of commerce into new channels, and the advance of education are constantly producing great changes in the social condition and statistics, habits, employments, religious practices, intellectual status, density of population, and relative importance of old and of new countries, cities, and towns, all of which should be noted and described as soon as possible in textbooks, designed to impart to the pupils who use them an accurate knowledge of the world, not as it was in a past generation, but as it now is. Mitchell's series. In looking over the various works which go to make up the 2 series of Mitchell's geographies, we have been greatly impressed with the judicious arrangement of topics, the correctness, conciseness, and clearness of statement and description, and fullness of knowledge imparted, which characterize all of them. The maps are accurate and distinct, and are so planned and executed that though those of the advanced series are very full of details, yet the eye is not wearied in examining them, but can readily trace out the contour of coastlines, the capes and promontories, bays and gulfs that indent the sea coast, the boundaries of the different countries, the courses of rivers, ranges of mountains, lines of railways, situations of towns and cities, etc., etc. As textbooks, designed for use in non-Catholic schools as well as Catholic, they are singularly free from statements objectionable to Catholics. One such statement has met our eye, and only one, that seemed to us to require a slight alteration. It crept in, we are sure, inadvertently, and we doubt not but that it is only necessary to direct the attention of the liberal-minded publishers to it, or to any other such expressions, if any there are, to secure immediately the desired modifications. We are not surprised, therefore, that these geographies have secured such general use in Catholic schools and academies, and have received numerous high commendations from distinguished Catholic prelates and principals of Catholic educational institutions. The New Physical Geography is an admirable textbook. When we recall to mind what the physical geographies used in schools 15 or 20 years ago were, we can scarcely credit the improvement which this one has achieved, as regards simplicity of method, clearness of statement and description, and general adaptation to the youthful mind. By a happy system of arrangement, beginning with the simplest elements, combining numerous well-executed pictorial illustrations with clear and concise explanations, the pupil is carried forward through the many subjects comprised in a study of physical geography. The geological conformation of the earth, its chief physical features, its systems of mountains, valleys, and plateaus, its rivers and ocean currents, the direction and force of prevailing winds, and the combined influence of all these upon climate, the changes of temperature, the rainfall and deposit of dew, the phenomena of electricity, etc., etc., in such a way that without confusion of mind and with no more than a reasonable degree of thought and industry, clear and intelligent ideas upon all these subjects will be attained. The X.C.S.P series. Mr. Sadleyer's series of geographies consists of 3 numbers or books. The preface to the primary geography states that it is based on the object system of teaching, and is designed to combine the greatest simplicity with no inconsiderable amount of geographical information. The illustrations, therefore, are quite numerous and are always suggestive of the subject matter of the accompanying text. The lessons are very properly thrown into the form of question and answer. The questions are direct, easily comprehended, and so arranged that each grows naturally out of the one preceding. The maps, as is quite proper in a primary geography, give merely the coastlines, boundaries, principal rivers and chains of mountains, and chief cities of the different countries and states. These are all distinctly marked so that the eye of the beginner in geography will readily catch them. Number 2 is based upon the same general principle as number 1 and is a further development of it. This number is intended for pupils somewhat more advanced. The questions and answers are, consequently, more numerous and comprehensive, and the maps are fuller in details. The map questions are quite numerous, and when mastered will secure quite accurate knowledge of the physical features and political divisions of countries, etc., etc. Number 3 is designed for pupils still further advanced. The subject matter of the text is well arranged and expressed. In addition to the descriptive and physical geography of each country, there is also a short synopsis of the chief events of its history. This narrative is necessarily brief, but at the same time it is comprehensive enough to give the pupil a correct general idea of the history of the country he is studying. This feature of the Excelsior geography is the more important as it guards the mind of the pupil, to some extent at least, against the falsehoods and misrepresentations current in respect to countries that have been, or still are, inhabited by Catholics, and gives him the correct impressions at an age when impressions are most easily made, and when made are most permanent. The maps in this number are fuller of details than those of numbers 1 and 2. They have been taken by permission, as have also some of the illustrations and portions of the text of the work from Monteith's series of geographies. This we mention not as a defect or objection, but as a guarantee of their general excellence. They are so drawn and colored that the outlines of the different countries, mountains, and rivers are brought prominently into view. The illustrations are a great improvement upon those usual in school books. They serve to give the pupil a very correct idea of the scenery of different countries and the distinctive features, dress, and industrial employments of their peoples, and of the architectural style of their public buildings. The physical and commercial chart of the world, and the chart showing the comparative sizes of states and kingdoms, add to the value of the work, as do also 3 maps illustrative of ancient geography, viz., a map of the Roman Empire and surrounding regions, a map of Italy with a subordinate map of the vicinity of ancient Rome, and a map of ancient Greece. In connection with these maps, there is a brief synopsis of the history of ancient Greece and Rome. The comprehensive series. The number before us is the 3rd of the series. Having had no opportunity of examining the first and second numbers, we are unable to say how or to what extent they prepare pupils for this more advanced geography. If, however, they are equal on their respective planes to number 3, we have no hesitation in saying that the whole series is one of rare excellence. The scope of number 3 is, as its title indicates, very comprehensive. It comprises not only topical, political, and statistical geography, but also physical and historical. The arrangement of topics is good, and their treatment lucid and sufficiently full to inform the mind of the pupil. We have examined with special care the portions bearing upon physical geography and historical geography. It is not an easy task to combine these with topical, statistical, and political geography in one book without making it cumbrous in size and sacrificing unity and simplicity of method. Yet the author of the book before us seems to have done this quite successfully. Without going as thoroughly into the causes of things as would have been proper and possible in a work treating professedly on the physical conformation of the earth and its climates, etc., etc., the author has, nevertheless, succeeded in imparting, in a manner easily comprehended and without breaking the continuity of topics, a large amount of valuable information in regard to the climates, the causes that determine them, and the vegetable productions of each country. In separate chapters, in connection with the geography of each country, its history is given, briefly yet clearly. The author has been very successful in this, a work of no small difficulty. To students who have not time to take up physical geography and history as distinct branches of study, the Comprehensive Geography is an admirable textbook. The maps are clear in outline, accurate, and distinct. The illustrations deserve high commendation. They are well chosen as to subject, artistically well conceived, and beautifully executed. They are, on the whole, we think, the finest we have seen in any school book. In thus commending the illustrations, we must make one exception. In the cut representing the different manners of worship, or symbols of the principal religions, Christianity has as its symbolical representation a luminous cross above, and an angel as its central figure pointing with outstretched arm to a book with the words Holy Bible inscribed on its open pages. The erroneous impression thus suggested to the pupil, especially in the absence of any symbol of the Church and of the Holy Sacrifice, it is not necessary for us to dwell on. It must have been purely through oversight that this illustration has been admitted into a textbook designed especially for use in Catholic schools and academies. We attempt no comparison between any of the 3 series of geographical textbooks just noticed. Their respective merits and advantages are various, and intelligent and experienced persons will probably be divided in opinion as to which is the best. Probably each, under a given set of circumstances and for pupils of different educational status and intentions, might in turn be preferred. We are heartily glad that 2 such excellent series of Catholic geographies have been published. The providing of suitable textbooks for Catholic schools is by no means a light undertaking, nor can its importance be well overestimated. The textbooks prepared for non-Catholic schools, and which, in the absence of any other textbooks, had to be used, until quite recently, in Catholic schools, are, with a few honorable exceptions, among which are the Michel series, full of untrue and anti-Catholic statements wherever the subjects of religion and history and the condition of Catholic countries and peoples are touched upon. Both Mr. Sadleir and Mr. O'Shea deserve great credit for what they have done. A Popular History of the Catholic Church in the United States by John O'Kane Murray, B.S. Mr. Murray's book brings together a good deal of valuable information that otherwise could be found only with great difficulty, scattered as it is in so many books and other sources, becoming from day to day less accessible. It is not a history in the proper sense of the word, but a repertory rather of materials, good and indifferent, from which by culling and sifting a history might be constructed. Mr. Murray, however, is not far beside the mark when he calls it a popular work, for we feel quite sure that there is a large class of readers in this country who will give his work a warm welcome. The style, we regret to see, is not always in keeping with the gravity and dignity that should characterize a work intended to be a permanent contribution to American Catholic history. It is in some places declamatory, with a smack of the stump speech or the ephemeral newspaper article. It may be added that there are some errors which indicate that the book was compiled in such haste as to leave the writer no time for revision, no opportunity to test his statements by reference to the proper authorities. It was probably the ambition, otherwise laudable, of bringing out his book in the centennial year that hurried our author, but a little patience in order to secure accuracy would have been preferable. It would not have cost him much time or pains to discover that neither Charles Botta, page 496, nor Father Tangiorgi, nor Balmes, page 541, can be called American Catholic writers. One might with equal justice put in the same category Count Carli, or Archbishop Dixon of Armagh, or the witty Monseigneur Ségur, since the first is the author of the celebrated Lettres Américaines, that merited the praise of Franklin. The second wrote a textbook used for biblical study in some of our seminaries, and the works of the third have been translated for our benefit. There is also in the book an anecdote or two which it would have been wiser to omit. For if the book lived to see another centennial year, we fear that the American Catholics of that day will not be edified, and will wish they had remained unwritten. Fault-finding is not agreeable to us, but disagreeable duties must be performed as well as others. And if the author will only bear in mind the excellent principles laid down by himself, page 553, touching the duties of a Catholic reviewer, he will be more thankful for our mild criticism than for the extravagant, unmeaning praise that has been heaped upon his book in some quarters. Franciscan Missions among the Colliers and Ironworkers of Monmouthshire. London, Burns and Oates, 1876. This is a very interesting little volume. It narrates in a simple style the commencement by the Franciscan Fathers of a mission in Monmouthshire at Pontypool, which was subsequently extended to Abersham, Cumbrian, Blaenavon, Rizzi, Blackwood, and Abertillery. The condition of the people whom this mission was especially designed to reach is described as most deplorable. They were chiefly of Irish descent, scattered in groups here and there among the hills, or huddled together in the meanest and dirtiest corners of mean and dirty towns, employed in the hardest and worst paid work, and subjected to every species of annoyance and insult on account of their faith, dim and flickering as its light had become in their poor, worn-out hearts. The mission amongst these people, of which the book before us gives an account, was commenced in May 1860 at the request of the Bishop of Menevia. Father Eleazar was sent by the superior of the Capuchin monastery at Pantesaf in North Wales to begin it. He went forth without purse or script, having to borrow money to pay his railroad fare. In the whole region of his mission, comprising 12 square miles, there was no Catholic church or chapel save a small edifice at Pontypool, scarcely sufficient to contain 200 persons. No school, no appliances of any kind for working a mission, even on the smallest scale, still less for doing what Father Eleazar had been sent to do, establishing a community. Father Eleazar at once saw that he must have a school for the children, and this, like his mission, was commenced without money. Providence sent a teacher and a lady, a convert from Protestantism, who was willing to devote herself to the work. The hearts of the poor children opened to good impressions. They soon became missionaries in their own way, and brought not only children, but a dozen of tall men, whom one of the boys introduced by saying, "These 'ere chaps know naught about sin, so I'd tell 'em a bit, and now you can learn 'em some more." Soon young men and women came in numbers, night after night, to be taught the first principles of religion. Very few of them could read, and prayers and catechism had to be instilled into them by constant repetition. The narrative shows the thick darkness that enshrouds the working classes in England, and how self-denying, persevering, and faithful labor can cause spiritual light to shine into the hearts of those poor people, despite the darkness that surrounds them, and in the midst of which they are dwelling. The First Two Stuarts and the Puritan Revolution, 1603 to 1660, by Samuel Rawson Gardiner, late student of Christ Church, corresponding member of the Massachusetts Historical Society, lecturer on modern history at King's College, London. New York, Scribner & Co., Philadelphia, Lippincott & Co. This book is well adapted as regards style and arrangement of materials to the evident design of the writer, which is the historical vindication of Puritanism during the reigns of James I, Charles I, and the rule of Oliver Cromwell. A tone of moderation is assumed and a seeming calmness of statement, well calculated to allay any suspicions that may arise in the minds of readers as to the author's fairness. General reflections, too, are interwoven into the thread of the narrative in such manner as to induce the idea that he is not acting the part of an advocate, but discharging the duty simply of a dispassionate and impartial historian. Yet to call the work a history is to misname it entirely. It is throughout a plea framed so as to effect its purpose, not so much by suggestio falsi as by suppressio veri. One who depended upon it for his knowledge of the leading personages and events of the first 2/3 of the 17th century would form an entirely incorrect idea of them. He would not have the slightest conception of the real nature of the struggles that then convulsed England, Scotland, and Ireland, of the violent passions engendered, nor of the horrible cruelties inflicted on the vanquished. The fanatical absurdities and excesses of the various sects and parties, which may be classed under the general term of Puritans, are all thrown into the background, and so lightly touched upon that no one, from the account which the writer of this book has drawn up, would even suspect their real character and extent. Memoirs of the Right Reverend Simon William Gabriel Brouet, D.D., first Bishop of Vincennes, with sketches of scenes connected with the French Revolution and extracts from his journal, by the Right Reverend James Roosevelt Bailey, D.D., Bishop of Newark, now Most Reverend Archbishop of Baltimore. New York, The Catholic Publication Society, No. 9 Warren Street, 1876. The labors of Bishop Brouet after he came to the United States, his saintly character, and the services he rendered to religion are known in a general way to Catholics. But little, however, is known of his antecedent history. The work before us is made up mainly from Bishop Brouet's papers and journal, and is especially interesting on this account. It brings before us the youthful medical student living a pure, consistent Christian life in the midst of terrible temptations, the seminarian devoutly making his preparation for the high office of the priesthood. It gives us an insight which we could obtain from no other source into his character, motives, and interior Christian life. Bishop Brouet was an eyewitness to many of the horrid scenes of the French Revolution. He made notes of what transpired under his own notice. These notes and the portions of Bishop Brouet's journal which Archbishop Bailey has incorporated into his book add both to its interest and its value. They form a vivid picture of the war which then was waged against religion, of the persecutions which faithful Christians then had to endure, and of the devotion and heroism of very many of the French clergy. Theory of Social Organization by Charles Fourier, with an introduction by Albert Brisbane. New York, C.P. Summerby, 1876. If men were automatic machines and society the joint result of their arrangement and combination into a greater and more complex mechanism, there would be some sense in Fourierism. The notion which underlies it, however, is not a new one. It is nothing more than a reproduction and adaptation to modern modes of thought of some very old errors. The work before us is a fair illustration of the degree of insanity which a man can arrive at who, starting from a purely materialistic principle, undertakes to construct in his own mind a complete plan for the development of individual men and their harmonious action in society. Evil, according to the author, is simply the result of social and physical disorders. The elimination of evil is to be looked for when the physical world shall have attained perfect development, and society shall have been totally reconstructed. The writer sees clearly how this is to be accomplished, and plans it out, in all its numerous details, to his own perfect satisfaction. As a specimen of philosophy run mad, the book is to be commended. 2,000 Years After, or A Talk in a Cemetery, by John Darby, author of Thinkers and Thinking, Odd Hours of a Physician, etc. Philadelphia, Claxton, Remsen, and Hafelfinger, 1876, 12 MO, pp. 106. This little work, small in size but evidently the result of much and patient thought, is a philosophical dialogue after the manner of the ancients on such vital subjects as matter, the soul, and God. We can now only acknowledge the receipt of the volume and reserve a more extended notice of it for the January number of the Quarterly. The American State and American Statesman by William Giles Dix, Boston, Estes and Laureate, 1876, 12 MO, pp. 171. An essay contributing to a philosophy of literature by B.A.M., Second Revised Edition. Philadelphia, Claxton, Remsen, and Hafelfinger, 1876, 12 MO, pp. 208. St. Thomas of Canterbury, a dramatic poem by Aubrey de Vere, author of Alexander the Great. London, Henry S. King & Co., 1876, 18 MO, pp. 267. Essays on Catholicism, Liberalism, and Socialism by John Donoso Cortez. Translated by Reverend William MacDonald, S.T.L., Rector of the Irish College, Salamanca, Dublin. William B. Kelly, 1874. These works are too important to be passed over with a brief notice, and our want of space would allow of no other. They will be reviewed fully in our next issue. End of section 76. End of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1.